Chapter 156. Thinking of poisonous fog, did it mean that it was poisonous? Lin Qiao thought about it. In order to test the fog that she had just produced, she immediately ran to the other side. She immediately ran to the other side and stretched out her hand. Facing a small blade of grass with her palm facing down, she concentrated and silently chanted in her heart. "Come out of my hand. Come out of my hand." Then, he felt a wave of heat in his mind, spreading from his stomach to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his arms, and then down. Then she saw a black gas coming out of her palm. Black qi gushed out from her palm, and then slowly stained the grass below. The next scene made everyone's heart cold. They saw that when the black gas touched the grass, it didn't just contaminate it with poison, but it directly melted. Soon, the black gas was like the mouth of a herbivore, as if it ate the grass in one bite. Looking at the small piece of grass that was quickly digested by the black gas, Lin Qiao was also shocked. She didn't think that the black gas's effect was actually to devour. She took back the black gas, and then squatted down to look at the grass that was originally the same height, suddenly dented as if it was bitten by a cow. But the disappearance of the grass didn't stop because Lin Qiao took back the black gas. Instead, these blades of grass kept disappearing downwards, and then the leaves that were not touched by the black mist before also turned into a blackish-green color. Then, these leaves began to rot and melt at an extremely fast speed before disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the range of this kind of rot was constantly spreading on this piece of grass. But slowly, the more it spread out, the slower the speed of the spread. It was estimated that after a certain distance, it would stop. She looked at the area that she used the black gas to stain less than a square meter, and now it had spread to a few square meters. Lin Qiao was still squatting in the same place, the poison seemed to have no effect on her. But to the shoes under her feet. Feeling the strangeness of the soles, Lin Qiao quickly stood up and retreated. She didn't expect that her real ability was this kind of black gas. Then what level was she at now? Could it be that space wasn't one of her abilities? Or could it be that she had two types of abilities? But she heard that level 5 zombies could control the actions of ordinary zombies. She couldn't do it before. He didn't know if it would work now. He looked up at the weather. It was already morning. How many days had passed? Was it the second day or the third? She suddenly turned her head and asked Xiao Lily, "I go in, aha." As she spoke, she felt an itch in her throat. She cleared her throat. Only then did he continue to ask, "How many days have you been gone?" "One night." Xiao Lily blinked her eyes. He replied. Lin Qiao turned his head and looked at the few big turtles that were no longer moving. He didn't know if they were dizzy from Xiao Lily's play. He was still so scared that he hid in his shell, not daring to come out. Suddenly, he remembered that there was another one left in his space. He didn't know if it had turned over yet. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao suddenly flashed into the space. However, as soon as he entered, he felt that something was amiss. How could it be so big? Looking at the space in front of him that was suddenly 3 times larger than the original space, the lawn was still the original lawn. The strawberries and vegetables she planted were still the same. Xiao Lily's pile of furniture and daily necessities on the other side were still the same. When she first came out of the lake, she was only thinking about her bald head and chest, so she didn't notice the strangeness in the space. Now that she looked, there was suddenly an extra forest behind the lawn. Looking at the position of the small space, it actually moved backwards. How could the small space move backwards? Where did those trees come from? Turning his head to look at the lake, Lin Qiao took a cup to the lakeside and drank a cup of water. After saying a few words just now, her throat was a little unbearably itchy. The cool lake water, with that familiar energy, washed her throat. The dry and itchy feeling immediately lessened a lot. After drinking 3 cups of water in a row, she took the cup to the table and put it down. Then she turned around and walked to where the turtle was. Although she didn't know if it was because of the energy core of the vine that she brought in. If that was really the case, then the vine in the middle of the lake should be something similar to the heart or the soul of this space. Walking over, she saw that the big turtle was still in the same place. The turtle shell was upside down. Its limbs and head were all shrunk in the shell. It seemed that she couldn't turn it over. Seeing that the turtle didn't run around, Lin Qiao was relieved. But smelling the smell of the turtle, she felt very hungry again. Could it be that when she repaired her body last night, she consumed too much energy? So she ate a big one yesterday, and now she was hungry again so quickly today. But Lin Qiao didn't plan to eat now. Looking at the turtle at her feet, she thought for a moment and flashed out of the space again. After coming out, she walked to the side of the few turtles and touched them one by one into the space. Then she went back into the space and turned them upside down. She put them together. Then she changed a pair of shoes and went out again. She said to the 2 turtles, "We go find them." Although she could speak, she could only slowly say one word at a time. Because her throat wasn't very used to it. If she spoke faster, she couldn't make a sound. But this was already very good. Compared to yelling before, at least she could speak slowly now and didn't need to write. Or to put it briefly. Qiao Lily, who was standing next to the corroded grass and looking curiously, immediately turned around when she heard Lin Qiao say that she was going to leave. Wearing her glasses, Lin Qiao sniffed in the direction she came from. After confirming the direction of Lin Feng and the others, she slowly walked out of the forest with Junjun. Qiao Lily's figure flashed easily and directly flew to the top of the tree. Then she stepped on the leaves and jumped out. Then, he disappeared. Lin Qiao walked back to the path she came from and suddenly waved her claws forward with force. Puff, 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 in the direction she waved, the branches and vines were immediately cut off. It revealed a passageway that people could pass through. With these claws, she didn't even need to use a chopper. After a while, they walked out of the park. Qiao Lily was already standing on a tree next to them, waiting bored. Seeing Lin Qiao and Junjun come out, she immediately jumped down and leaned toward them. Without the scar on her face, Lin Qiao, who was wearing sunglasses, looked no different from a normal person. Only Qiao Lily and Junjun still had the characteristics of zombies. But there was no one in the town at this time, except for Lin Feng's team. Only Yang Jianhua, who had escaped. Lin Qiao thought that if she encountered a level 6 superpower, she should be able to fight hard. Chapter 157. Just as the 3 of them were about to walk towards the hotel, Lin Qiao and Qiao Lily suddenly stopped at the same time. Seeing the 2 of them stop at the same time, Junjun looked at them strangely. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed under her sunglasses. She reached out and grabbed Qiao Lily, who was about to rush out. Then she pushed her to Junjun's side. "I go. You watch her." She said a few words briefly. But Qiao Lily also understood what she meant. Lin Qiao wanted her to go and deal with the high-level zombie that suddenly appeared. She wanted her to protect Junjun and Tong Tong from behind. Although it was to protect Junjun, it was mainly to protect Tong Tong. The 2 of them stopped at the same time because they suddenly felt that there was a level 5 zombie in the distance, heading towards Lin Feng's direction. Qiao Lily wanted to move because she wanted to play with the high-level zombie. It would be good if she could kill it and dig out its zombie core. But when Lin Qiao suddenly pulled her, she stopped. Although she was a little unhappy that Lin Qiao wanted her to stay, she had to agree when she heard that Lin Qiao wanted to protect Junjun and Tong Tong. Although Qiu Lily was very strong, she was very obedient to Lin Qiao. She would do whatever Lin Qiao told her to do. Anyway, she was not interested in those level 4 or 5 zombie cores. Lin Qiao didn't let them stay here, but pointed to the direction of the hotel and said, "You, go." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she disappeared. On the other side, the people who stayed in the hotel for a night didn't see Lin Qiao and the others come back. When they came in, they temporarily cleaned up a few rooms that were connected together. After cleaning up the zombies on that floor, they went into the room and put Yuan Tianqing on a dusty bed. Lin Wenwen and the other women stayed in the room, while Lin Hao and Du Yuanqing took people to search the various warehouses of the hotel. Lin Feng also stayed in the room to rest. He stood by the window and watched the movement outside. I don't know if Li Zheng and the others have successfully arrived at Haiqing base, although their skills and abilities are not weak. Although their skills and abilities are not weak, the road is so far and the road is full of danger. If we don't meet a level 5 zombie, it'll be fine, but if we do, it'll be troublesome. Mother Lin picked up a piece of cloth and shook it. It was a towel. As he spoke, he shook off the dust on the towel. Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, "Their abilities are quite good at avoiding danger, so there shouldn't be any problems. If they encountered danger, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. Someone would definitely be able to reach Sea City base safely. What I'm worried about is Sea City's attitude." Although Qiao had made a deal with them before, Qiao was now in trouble. I don't know if they will still accept us. Without a level 7 powerhouse to hold down the fort, there was no longer the material conditions that had been agreed upon previously. Although they could join Sea City base, if they asked Sea City base to provide manpower for the construction of the base, they would not be able to do so. Sea City base probably wouldn't make a move against the Netherworld King's base and the ordinary people who were controlled by the Earth Dragon base. Since the Netherworld King's base was so far away, they would need to send a large number of ability users and manpower. In this way, the combat power of the original base would be greatly reduced. More importantly, there was no benefit in doing so. Mother Lin sighed and said, "Without Qiao, even if we want to build a base, it will be too difficult. And even if we build it, it will be even more difficult to defend it." Lin Feng nodded. The strongest person here was Yuan Tianqing, a peak level 6 ability user, while Lin Feng had just reached level 6 not long ago. His strength was still much weaker than Yuan Tianqing. Otherwise, he would not have been seriously injured by Yang Jianhua. Yang Jianhua was also a peak level 6 ability user, about to enter level 7. If Long Yubai found a way to help him, it would not be long before he broke through to level 7. At that time, they would be even less of a match for Yang Jianhua. Right now, they could only think of protecting themselves. As for the old residents of the Netherworld King's base, they could only think of a way to go back and save them in the future. When Long Yubai brought people to attack the Netherworld King's base, there were naturally heavy casualties. Although the number of people the enemy brought was not many, they were all ability users. Therefore, under a strong attack, it was normal for the Netherworld King's base to be breached. Moreover, the overall strength of the Netherworld King's base was originally only slightly stronger than the Earth Dragon base. That was, there were more level 5 ability users than the Earth Dragon base. The leader was only a level 7 ability user and 2 level 6 ability users as his deputy leader. However, as the leader of the Netherworld King's base, Netherflame did not know the strength of the enemy because of Yang Jianhua's plot and the fake news he sent. Therefore, the Netherworld King's base that had lost 2 level 6 ability users at the start of the battle was easily breached by the Earth Dragon base. The leader was forced to the cliff and self-destructed, and more than half of the level 4 and 5 ability users in the base were killed or injured. The rest were either captured or escaped from the base. As for the ordinary people, they were all controlled. If you want to surrender, of course, you can. As long as you produce proof, or help to deal with the escaped subordinates of Netherflame. Of course, all the resources in the base fell into Long Yubai's hands. As for Yang Jianhua saying that he would take over the Netherworld King's base, he might not be the owner. Mother Lin's words caused the faces of the others in the room to turn gloomy. Lin Feng said with a sullen face, if only Ah Chiao was not dead. They had fewer people now, of course, they did not have enough people to build a base. However, they would not be able to borrow people from Sea City base. As for joining Sea City base, they were not willing. Sea City was a large base, and its population was several times larger than the Netherworld King's base. Moreover, there was not only one leader in Sea City, but 3. There were also as many as 7 deputy leaders, and there were countless level 4 and 5 arcanists below them. If they went in, they might be able to gain some status because of Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng, the 2 level 6 arcanists. However, that was someone else's base, not their own. Lin Feng was a level 5 ability user not long ago, but he suddenly broke through to level 6 during a battle. That was why he was able to escape so far away from Zhe province with the others. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yang Jianhua, or captured by Yang Jianhua. Just as everyone in the room was feeling depressed, a soldier suddenly ran in. In fact, this small group of soldiers were soldiers from the special forces. Their individual combat ability and reaction speed were very strong. Otherwise, they would not have followed Lin Feng and the others all the way here. This young soldier called Xinglu ran up, knocked on the door, and directly pushed it open. With a happy expression, he reported to Lin Feng, reporting, Captain. We found a solar energy storage device in this hotel. Chapter 158. Solar energy storage equipment was very important in the post-apocalyptic world. In this post-apocalyptic world where there was no power or water supply, solar energy could be found to generate electricity. It was equivalent to being able to start all kinds of electrical appliances. So the solar energy equipment in the major bases was very valuable. If the corpse hunting squad that went out could find such equipment and return it to the base, they would be treated very well. Of course, they could also use it themselves. Hearing that Xinglu found solar energy, the eyes of the people in the room lit up. Lin Feng immediately stood up from the chair and asked Xinglu in surprise, "Can it be started?" Xinglu replied, "The captains are studying it." Lin Feng asked again, "Have you found the freezer and the ice storage?" Xinglu shook his head and said, "Not yet." Hearing that, the others were a little disappointed. They were now short of food. Although there was food in Lin Wenwen's space. But for the past month, they had been running away from Yang Jianhua while running towards Shanghai. However, they had already used up most of their food in the past month. Now, they only had a small amount of food left. Now, the remaining food was not enough for them to eat for half a month. So in addition to rushing to High City as soon as possible, they had to find some food to fill their stomachs. But 90% of the plants outside had been infected, so they didn't dare to eat those things. So their goal was to find the preserved or dried products left in the storage, as well as the chilled products in the freezer. Lin Feng said, "Ask Lin Hao and do Yuanqing to look carefully. Such a big hotel has installed solar energy storage equipment. It's impossible that there is no freezer." "Yes." Xinglu quickly replied. Lin Feng said, "Go." Xinglu closed the door and left. After searching for a long time, Lin Hao finally found the freezer where the hotel stored frozen, preserved, and dried products. But the problem was that they couldn't open the door of the freezer. Because the electrical equipment in the freezer was still working, and the power hadn't been cut off because of the arrival of the apocalypse. But in order to prevent a sudden power outage or malfunction, the person in charge of the hotel directly connected the power in the freezer to the solar equipment. And they also installed a power storage device to store more electricity. Even if there was a power outage on a rainy day, it could be turned on in case of an emergency. But in the case of electricity, the locks in the freezer were all encrypted. The people here didn't know how to pick the lock, so they could only wait anxiously outside the warehouse. In the end, Enchanting suddenly thought of Long Qinying. That guy was a metal type. Moreover, the door of the freezer was also made of synthetic metal. There must be a way to get her here. As expected, he found Long Qinying. He just put his hand on the door, and the alloy door, which was originally 5 centimeters thick, suddenly opened. He immediately went limp. Looking at the door that was easily opened, the men were silent. As soon as the door opened, a gust of extremely cold air and white mist rushed out. Immediately, the people outside the door shivered. He walked in and saw that it was very large, at least 100 square meters. There were several freezers and piles of ice cubes neatly arranged inside. As soon as they saw the pile of boxes used for chilled fish and the half of pork hanging on the side, they were stunned. Everyone laughed until they were dumbfounded. It was obvious that no one had come in for a long time. A lot of the stock inside hadn't been touched. Other than the cabinets that hadn't been opened to see what was inside, there were 2 horizontal steel pipes at the innermost part of the freezer. There were more than 10 half of pork hanging on the steel pipes. It was equivalent to them finding 7 or 8 pigs here. And they were in a state of constant freezing. In the middle of the room, there were many boxes used to store fish. The fish in the boxes were separated by layers of small ice cubes. There were more than 10 boxes of such fish, and the fish inside were all of different species. Although many hotels would install fish tanks outside, the fish that were fished out in front of the guests might not necessarily be the same as the original one when it was brought back to the kitchen. They opened the freezer and looked at the various types of beef, steak, chicken, duck, etc. Enchanting couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes shining as he looked at the meat. Wow! This meat is enough for us to eat for a long time. Long Qinying just glanced at it indifferently, then turned and said, "Didn't you find the rice?" Lin Hao replied, "I found it. It's in the warehouse over there. The rice from this hotel is very well packed, and the rice hasn't gone bad. It's edible." They didn't think that they would be able to find so much food in this hotel building. And there was a solar power installation here, so they could directly go to the kitchen to cook. Although there was no water, they could move the ice cubes out of the freezer and melt it. Wouldn't there be water then? Should we thank the zombie that let us come here? If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have come here. Maybe he went to another place. Yes, yes, yes. Is it because this place is too remote? The people from the base in Haiqing haven't searched here yet. Maybe. But I didn't think that there would be such a high-class hotel in this not very prosperous county. Did we make a profit? Definitely. The meat in this freezer didn't go bad. The rice is also very well preserved. But after they used the hotel's kitchen utensils to cook a meal, the 2 zombies didn't come back. Until the next day, when Lin Qiao came out of the space. But as soon as she came out, before she could go back to see how Lin Feng and the others were doing, she found that something was coming here. Although the zombie was a little far away, Lin Qiao didn't want it to get close to the hotel where Lin Feng and the others were. So she stealthily flew in that direction for a kilometer. He saw an extremely fast figure leaping over from the top of a row of low buildings. Every high-level zombie had its own territory, although Lin Feng and the others weren't in this zombie's territory. But because of the close distance, this zombie seemed to have smelled the human scent here. So it rushed over early in the morning. Unexpectedly, the closer it got to the food, the more it was stopped. Lin Qiao guarded the path that the zombie was going to pass through. She measured the zombie's speed and route. Looking at the appearance of this young man in his 20s, but the zombie leader's face had become ferocious and deformed. She didn't feel the feeling of being suppressed from the other party. She found a place on the top of two buildings, one tall and one short, and it just so happened that the zombie was going to jump from the higher building. So Lin Qiao squatted under the lower building, quietly waiting for the other party to come. Just when the zombie leader was about to jump over Lin Qiao's head, Lin Qiao suddenly appeared from the space. Then with a kick of both legs, she jumped up. Both of her claws slashed at the zombie that had already jumped in the air. Chapter 159. The level 5 zombie leader never thought that there would be a sneak attack here. He didn't react for a moment, but his perception of danger was still very sharp. When Lin Qiao suddenly jumped up, it immediately noticed it. However, Lin Qiao's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped to its side. It also waved its claws at it. At this time, the zombie leader tried to twist its body in mid-air to avoid Lin Qiao's sudden attack. But it was too late. Moreover, Lin Qiao's claws were no longer just 2 meters away from him. Ever since she came out this morning, it wasn't just her appearance that had changed. It bent its knees and squatted on the ground with its paws on the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared with his pitch-black eyes. He fiercely stared at Lin Qiao as if he was about to rush up and bite her. Where did this fellow come from? Why didn't it know that there was another one of its kind around the same level as it? After seeing Lin Qiao appear, the level 5 zombie stared at her vigilantly. At the same time, he was also secretly puzzled. However, the intelligence of a level 5 zombie was not high. It could not understand why Lin Qiao would suddenly appear here. According to its previous observation, there were no high-level zombies here. The level 5 zombie just stared at Lin Qiao and didn't even care about the wounds on its legs caused by Lin Qiao's claw. It didn't know pain anyway. Lin Qiao landed on the roof of a nearby building and stared at the zombie from 7 to 8 meters away. Her sunglasses had already been put into the space, and a pair of dark eyes were quietly staring at the level 5 zombie under the brim of the hat. She didn't expect that she wouldn't need to be afraid of level 5 zombies anymore. She thought back to half a month ago in High City. Being chased by the ice-type zombie leader, she didn't dare to go out of the space at that time. Only half a month had passed, and the situation had reversed. I don't know what ability this one has now, but judging from its reaction just now, I'm pretty sure it's an ability. It didn't seem like much. Otherwise, even if it was a sneak attack, it wouldn't have been so easy to get hit by her claws. The zombie leader on the other side did not immediately attack. It was very strange. Just a moment ago, he felt that the zombie that had suddenly appeared was about the same level as him, but now it was one level lower than him. It had become a normal level 4 ability zombie. However, Lin Qiao's aura gave it a particularly dangerous feeling. His level was clearly not as high as his, so why did he feel danger? The zombie leader stared at Lin Qiao blankly and thought about it. His expression wasn't as ferocious as before. Instead, he looked a little dazed. However, Lin Qiao would not be merciful just because of its blank expression. This zombie was too vicious. His entire body reeked of the stench of blood. Lin Qiao could tell that the smell of blood was mixed with the blood of other low-level zombies and humans. So, this zombie often ate people. Moreover, judging from the thick blood energy on his body, he had probably eaten human flesh not long ago. The zombie leader thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. His expression changed, and he fiercely roared at Lin Qiao with his vertical eyes. Roar, the roar carried a strong sense of expulsion and threat. It actually wanted to expel her. Lin Qiao looked at this zombie amusedly. It actually thought that it was so simple. Did it think that if it roared at her to expel her, she would really leave? In the next second, Lin Qiao disappeared. She still didn't know this zombie's ability, so she could only test its strength first. Then she would seriously kill it. Lin Qiao, who was invisible, quietly jumped to the back of the zombies, without a sound. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly disappear in front of him, the zombie leader was dumbfounded again. Roar! It opened its black eyes wide and immediately looked left and right, up and down, but it didn't see Lin Qiao's figure. But it didn't know that a killing intent had quietly appeared behind it. A transparent figure flashed behind it, and a figure with a claw slashed at the back of the zombie leader's head. The zombie leader instinctively felt the back of its head. It was shocked. It wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. It could only use its ability to quickly block it. Clang, a light sound of metal rubbing against each other. Lin Qiao saw the back of the zombie's head, neck, and back. It was all covered with a layer of metal. Her attack didn't cause any damage to the back of the zombie's head. Only a few white marks were left on the layer of metal. Seeing that her attack had no effect, she hurriedly leaped backwards and retreated. Lin Qiao wasn't too disappointed. Instead, she stared at the zombie. It turned out to be a metal-type zombie. Wasn't it the same as Long Qingying? The zombie leader quickly turned back, arched its back, and roared at Lin Qiao with a murderous look in its eyes. Roar! Lin Qiao didn't need to listen to the sound to feel the other party's anger. It was angry. The zombie leader was really angry this time. After it roared at Lin Qiao, it immediately jumped and rushed towards her. Its speed was fast and urgent. When Lin Qiao saw it rushing towards her, she didn't flash into the space. Instead, he quickly raised a claw and waved it at the zombies that had already pounced on him from above. Then she stepped back and turned around. Lin Qiao turned around and skillfully dodged the zombie leader's iron claw. The zombie leader's claws had grown very long, at least 20 centimeters. And the claws didn't bend. Instead, they were 5 straight, as thick as 5 fingers and as sharp as a steel blade. Poof! After Lin Qiao dodged, the zombie leader directly fell to the ground. The steel claws cut a few deep marks on the ground where she was standing just now. The sound was as easy as cutting tofu. Cutting iron like mud. After it missed its attack, it immediately turned around and pointed its 10 long claws at Lin Qiao. It bared its teeth and roared at her like a beast. Roar! Lin Qiao raised her eyebrows because the other party's voice was very angry and dissatisfied with her sneak attack. It had a provocative feeling of, if you have the guts to fight me face to face. It dared to provoke her. Lin Qiao stretched out her claws and moved her fingers. Face to face. Fine, I'll let you have your wish before you die. Lin Qiao sneered at the zombie leader opposite her. Roar! The zombie leader seemed to feel Lin Qiao's intention and roared at her. Its originally arched back was now even more pressed down. Its eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao, as if it was ready to rush out and cut off Lin Qiao's head with its claws. Lin Qiao did the same. She moved her legs slightly, one in front and one behind, a meter apart. Both claws were raised to the side, one inside and one outside, ready to attack. Chapter 160. Seeing that Lin Qiao was about to attack, the zombie leader suddenly kicked with both of its legs. It rushed towards her like a flash of lightning. Ding! Caw! Lin Qiao stared at the zombie leader's movements and posture. When the zombie leader's claws came flying towards him, Lin Qiao's expression changed. When the zombie leader's claws were about to reach her, she suddenly lowered her body and raised her claws. She quickly and accurately blocked the steel claws that were about to grab her head. Although her claws did not turn into steel claws like the zombie leaders, they were harder than steel claws. After Lin Qiao accurately blocked the zombie leader's claws, she immediately kicked with her legs and twisted her waist. She twisted the zombie leader's body to the side while holding the zombie leader's hands with both hands. When the zombie leader was flipped to the side, Lin Qiao also kicked out at the zombie leader's stomach. Puff, bang, the zombie leader was directly kicked to the wall by Lin Qiao and then fell down. After Lin Qiao kicked it away, he immediately leaped and quickly chased after it. When the zombie leader hit the wall and fell down, Lin Qiao's figure had already rushed over. She raised her claws and vigorously waved them at it. The claw landed solidly on the zombie's body. Puff, the zombie leader didn't even have time to use the metal to cover its body before it was hit by Lin Qiao's claw wind. When it reacted, there were already a few deep claw marks on its body. Lin Qiao's claw wind cut it like a few sharp swords. When it cut the zombie leader's body, it was a smooth cut. Therefore, when the zombie leader fell to the ground and stood up again, the zombie leader's eyes widened. There were a few more smooth cuts on its body. Thick black blood flowed out of the wound, and a lot of blood also flowed out from the wound that Lin Qiao first cut on its leg. Ugh! Roar! The zombie leader staggered from the ground and groaned a few times. It looked at the wound on its body and then saw a layer of metal condense on the wound. It quickly blocked its wound and the black blood that flowed out. It could be seen that Lin Qiao's attack had worked. Because its reaction speed wasn't as fast as Lin Qiao, it was easily hit by Lin Qiao's attack. After the zombie leader got up, it immediately got down on all fours. He raised his head and stared at Lin Qiao, who was descending from above. At this moment, even the leader of the zombies with low IQ was a little confused. How could this zombie of the same species, whose level was obviously lower than itself, be so strong? How could his attacks be so powerful? His attacks were completely useless against his opponent. Instead, his opponent's attacks landed on his body several times. He couldn't even dodge it. After being continuously suppressed by Lin Qiao's attacks, the zombie leader became irritated. He roared fiercely at Lin Qiao. Roar, 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 oh! Lin Qiao just looked at it quietly. Suddenly, Lin Qiao's expression changed and he turned his face to the other side. He stared in that direction and tried to sense it with hesitation. At this time, seeing that Lin Qiao was distracted, the zombie leader's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards her. As soon as it moved, Lin Qiao reacted. He immediately turned around and quickly took a step back. When the opponent was only 1 meter away from him, he suddenly turned around and lifted his leg to deliver a spinning kick. Once again, he cleanly kicked the side of the waist and saw the opponent fly to the side. On the other side, in the direction that Lin Qiao was distracted just now, there were several figures chasing one after another on the roof of a factory in an industrial area about a few kilometers away. There was only one person in front, but there were 3 behind. From their movements, it seemed that they were all metahumans. Beside these people, there were 2 cars closely following them on the road. The people in the first car were all leisurely looking at the situation on the roof in front of them while talking. How is this kid so agile? Who knows, but his whole body is injured to this extent. He actually has such tenacious vitality and can still keep jumping on the roof. That's amazing. So what if he's amazing? I think he can't hold on for much longer. That's true. But boss and the others are too slow. Is this fun? Ha ha ha. Don't you know our boss? He's just bored along the way. It's really boring. 3 rank 5 metahumans. How can they chase after a rank 4 metahuman for so long? They've been running for so long. It's time to get serious. You guys yell at them and quickly get rid of that kid. We're almost at the center of the county. I heard that there's a rank 5 zombie leader here. Tell them to save some strength to deal with it. I'll do it. Hey, boss. Stop playing around and quickly get rid of that kid. We're almost there. A head popped out of the first car and shouted at the people on the roof. Soon, a response came from above, okay. At this time, the man who was running at the front on the roof had a tough face. He was in his 20s, but he wasn't old. The clothes on his body were already tattered from the attacks and were stained with a large amount of dark red blood. He was in a mess and his movements weren't very agile. But he was still running forward with all his might. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and we'll be there. Xie Dong gritted his teeth and kept reminding himself in his heart. His feet didn't stop at all as he rushed forward. At this time, one of the 3 people behind shouted at Xie Dong, "Don't run. You can't get away." Saying that, he suddenly increased his speed and turned into a shadow. He jumped a few meters above Xie Dong's head and somersaulted on top of his head. Then, he quickly landed in front of Xie Dong, 1 step ahead of him. Someone landed in front of him and blocked his way. Xie Dong didn't stop immediately. Instead, he charged straight at the man. He swung his hands and flames quickly appeared on his hands. Before he reached the man, he threw the flames in his hands at the man in front of him. However, the man just stood there calmly and casually raised his hand. A hurricane rose from the ground. In an instant, the flame that Xie Dong threw was blown to the side. You want to get rid of me with this small flame? You really dare to make a move? The man in front of him sneered disdainfully. At this time, Xie Dong was about 3 meters in front of the man. But before he could go further, the man suddenly waved his hand again. A gust of wind immediately swept him back. On the other side, Lin Qiao was attacking the zombie leader while looking at Xie Dong's direction absent-mindedly. Why was one of these auras so familiar? Could it be that she was wrong? Or did that kid really come here? Moreover, the metahumans were unfamiliar to him. Their auras were very strong. But that person's aura was very weak and unstable. What's going on? Chapter 161. Lin Qiao, who was attracted by the situation over there, wasn't in the mood to deal with the level 5 zombie in front of her. Maybe it felt that Lin Qiao didn't care. The zombie leader felt like it was being looked down upon. It roared at her with dissatisfaction again. Lin Qiao turned around and looked at the zombie leader who was staring at her with cold eyes and murderous intent. She sneered in her heart. Since you want to die early, then I'll fulfill your wish. Thinking of this, she roared at the zombie leader with her teeth. After roaring, she immediately rushed towards the zombie leader. Hearing Lin Qiao's roar with contempt, the zombie leader's anger rose again. When it saw Lin Qiao pouncing towards it, it immediately rushed towards Lin Qiao without thinking. Then Lin Qiao rushed in front of the zombie leader and raised its claws to fight it. Suddenly, it made a feint and moved to the side. The zombie leader didn't expect that Lin Qiao, who wanted to fight it head-on, would suddenly move to the side. Its claws missed, and it leaned forward with the inertia of its body. It happened to pass by Lin Qiao. At this time, the zombie leader instinctively felt that it was in mortal danger. But it was too late to retreat. Lin Qiao saw the opportunity and slashed at it with her claws. The zombie leader thought that it had already suffered a few claws from Lin Qiao before. This time, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what was the fear of danger in its heart? Then when Lin Qiao's claws came out, it brought out a thick black fog. The black fog followed the wind from Lin Qiao's claws and cut the zombie leader's body. When the zombie leader was hit, it immediately dodged to the side. It stared at Lin Qiao, revealing its teeth. It made a strange hoo-hoo-hoo sound in its throat. It was like a cat yawning at its enemy when it was angry. But the zombie leader soon felt that something was wrong with its body. It quickly looked down. Then it found that there was an empty space on its waist. That's right, there was an empty space. Before it could react, there was another "pada" sound and its arm fell to the ground. At this moment, it suddenly felt a slight sound of something tearing through the air behind its head. Pooh! Then, it felt something slash across its neck. Then, its neck loosened, and it lost all feeling in its body. Lin Qiao stood behind the zombie leader and cut off its neck with one slash. Before its head could fall off, another claw sliced open its skull. Crack! He quickly pried open the skull and dug out the yellow corpse core. Lin Qiao immediately turned around and flew towards Xie Dong without hesitation. At that moment, Xie Dong was sent flying into the wall next to him with a kick. Bang! His body slid down the wall, and the blood on his body left a few large black and red marks on the wall. I've always wanted to ask you, why is the blood on your body black and red? He's different from normal. The other three men stood in front of Xie Dong. One of them stepped on him and asked curiously with his arms crossed over his chest. Cut the crap. Don't you know he's a mute? Did you hear him make a sound all the way? You, hurry up and hand over the corpse core. You want to take a level 4 corpse core all by yourself. Stop dreaming. Another man frowned and said. Xie Dong raised his hand and grabbed the foot of the man who stepped on his chest. His eyes stared fiercely at the eyes of the three men above him, and he grinned silently with his bloody teeth. Even if he was being stepped on by these people, he wouldn't show any signs of weakness to them. Moreover, that person was about to arrive. Hold on for a while more. These three men still didn't know that there was an enemy rushing towards them. Seeing Xie Dong's insolent smile, they couldn't help but laugh. How could he still laugh? How can you still laugh? Looks like you want to die early. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The man who was stepping on Xie Dong's chest, but his foot was grabbed tightly by Xie Dong, was about to withdraw his foot. But before he could withdraw his foot, Xie Dong suddenly raised his head. His hand grabbed the man's foot and pulled him up, then he opened his mouth and bit the man's ankle. Ah, fuck. Let me go. He didn't expect that Xie Dong would bite him directly, and he immediately felt a great pain. The other two people were also stunned. They saw Xie Dong's ferocious smile, but his mouth was tightly biting the man's foot. Fuck. Is this a dog? Both of them took a step back at the same time. One of them raised his leg and kicked Xie Dong's head. Bang! This kick caused Xie Dong's head to tilt to the side. It directly made Xie Dong dizzy and see stars. But his mouth didn't loosen at all. Ah, it hurts. Fuck, hurry up and make this bastard loosen his mouth. Instead, it was the man who was bitten by Xie Dong who stretched his wound because Xie Dong tilted his head. More blood flowed out, and a small part of the man's pants was soaked in it. Aren't you a fucking wind elemental? Can't you just use a wind blade to cut off his chin? The man saw that his kick didn't have any effect. He couldn't help but yell at the man whose leg was bitten. The man who was bitten by Xie Dong then remembered. He was a wind elemental, and he could directly use wind blade to cut this brat. Because his leg was in too much pain, all the pain nerves in his body stimulated his brain. He forgot about it for a moment. The man immediately raised his hand and was about to use his ability to attack Xie Dong. Suddenly, the three of them felt something behind them at the same time, and a fatal sense of danger instantly struck their brain. The three of them instinctively retreated to the side. The other two quickly disappeared. Only the unlucky man who was being bitten by Xie Dong remained because his leg was still bitten by Xie Dong. In the end, when he retreated, he didn't succeed. Instead, he fell. At this time, he saw a transparent figure flash, and then a claw wind slash towards the man. Then, the figure appeared. Puff, the man didn't even see the person who suddenly appeared, and his head was already cut off. He felt his head fly off, and then with a thud, it fell to the ground. Before his consciousness disappeared, he saw his body without a head. Seeing that the man's head was cut off so cleanly and ruthlessly, Xie Dong finally loosened his bite. Then, his whole body relaxed, and he lay on the ground. His head looked at the sky for a few seconds, and then he turned his head to look at the figure beside him. He saw a person wearing a loose camouflage uniform standing a meter away from him with his back facing him. However, his messy long hair was gone, and he was wearing a hat on his head. There seemed to be a bandana under the hat, and there was a pair of glasses on the side of his face. Chapter 162. As if sensing Xie Dong's gaze, Lin Qiao turned around and looked at him. Then, she continued to stare at the other two. When Xie Dong saw her face, he was stunned. "Where's the scar?" On the other side, the two people were also stunned. He looked at Lin Qiao, who had suddenly appeared and killed a level 5 arcanist, with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Qiao was wearing sunglasses and a hat. The two people on the other side could only see a sharp and thin chin, and the bulge in front of his chest that propped up his clothes. A woman. A strange and powerful woman. And she was from the enemy's side. "Who are you? What do you want?" One of the other two men shouted at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao had already killed one of their companions, a level 5 paranormal. To be able to kill him so easily, this woman could not be a level 6 metahuman, right? Lin Qiao just stared at them quietly, not intending to answer them. At this time, Xie Dong finally had some strength left. He held onto the wall beside him and slowly stood up. Hearing Xie Dong's movement, Lin Qiao turned around again. This time, she raised her hand and pulled down her sunglasses a little, revealing two dark eyes. She looked at the injured Xie Dong with a pitiful expression. From her angle, only Xie Dong could see her eyes, the other two couldn't. Although Xie Dong was injured all over, he didn't feel any pain. It was just that he had used up all his energy and was beaten to this state. His control of his body wasn't as flexible, just a little sluggish. When he saw Lin Qiao's familiar eyes, he inexplicably felt relieved. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Qiao was nearby, but when he was chased here, he suddenly felt something in his heart. This feeling seemed to be pulling him towards Lin Qiao's direction. At first, he didn't know what this feeling was, but as he got closer, he faintly smelled a familiar aura. It was stronger than before, and it wasn't far away. Soon, he recognized who this familiar aura was. It was Lin Qiao. So after a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, he desperately rushed over here. As long as he got closer, Lin Qiao would be able to sense him. Or if he rushed near her, Lin Qiao could save him. Xie Dong didn't dare to act alone since the last time the Ice-type level 5 zombie leader separated the two of them. He was just a newborn zombie, his ability was not strong. Not only did they have to avoid humans, but they also had to avoid high-level zombies. If one's strength was weak, they could only hide everywhere. Until 2 days ago, he encountered 2 level 4 zombies fighting for territory. One of them was heavily injured, but it still managed to escape. The other victorious one was also injured, so it did not continue to chase. Later, Xie Dong quietly followed the injured zombie and killed it when it wasn't paying attention. However, just as he took out the corpse core, a group of people appeared. When the opponent saw the level 4 zombie nucleus, he immediately wanted to steal it. When they confirmed that Xie Dong was alone, they immediately surrounded and killed him. Fortunately, Xie Dong's constitution was that of a zombie, so although the attacks of those people would have been fatal to a normal person, they wouldn't be able to harm him. In the end, he found an opportunity to escape. Although he didn't know if he could really escape, he wouldn't let go of even the slightest chance. But he didn't expect to meet Lin Qiao so soon. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong's pitiful appearance, then silently pushed up her sunglasses to cover her eyes. Then she turned around and looked at the two people. At this time, the people in the two cars below didn't know what happened on the roof. Their strength was not as strong as the three people on the roof, so when Lin Qiao restrained her aura, they didn't feel her existence. Some people waited for a while and felt that the people above had almost cleaned up Xie Dong. Then, they shouted, "Boss! Did you guys get rid of that kid? In another 3 kilometers, we'll reach the downtown area of the county. Let's go see if there's any preserved food there." The people below made a sound, but the people on the roof didn't move. No one responded to their words. "Ha! Why is it so quiet up there? Was he done cleaning up? Ready to come down? Boss, why aren't they answering? Boss? Are you still there? Hey! Okay, stop shouting. You've attracted the zombies." At this time, someone reminded them. Sure enough, the ordinary zombies around them gradually swarmed over. "Why is it me who shouted? They obviously smelled us and just appeared." This person replied with some dissatisfaction, but the gun in his hand was already raised outside the car. He fired a few shots at the zombies that were getting closer and closer. The zombie closest to them was immediately shot in the head and fell down. The others also took out their guns and started shooting zombies. But how did the people above come back? They didn't reply and didn't come down. Where did the boss and the others go? At this moment, the boss that they were talking about really wanted to say loudly, "Clean up my ass." They were going to be cleaned up. But seeing that Lin Qiao could appear behind the 3 level 5 paranormals without a sound, it meant that she was much stronger than them. Because they didn't notice at all, they were almost chased away. Looking at the guy who was delayed for 2 seconds, he was immediately beheaded. Maybe he didn't even know how he died. With the difference in strength between the two sides, the remaining 2 level 5 paranormals were terrified. Not to mention the worthless matter of avenging their dead comrade. After the end of the world, people could die at any time when they formed a team and left the base. This was a common occurrence, and everyone was already used to it. There was no need for him to fight against a level 6 expert for someone he was not familiar with. That's nothing. If this kid is your friend, we didn't really cause any fatal damage to him. And you also killed one of our people, we've paid off our debt. You can take him away, this time we won't stop him. A man said to Lin Qiao. His attitude had a big change from before. Lin Qiao looked at the man, then turned back to look at Xie Dong. Then he made a special forces gesture to him. What plan? Xie Dong looked at the man who was beheaded by Lin Qiao's claw, and gave her a hand gesture, retreat. Anyway, his zombie core was still in his hands, waiting for him to level up. Then he would slowly deal with these people, he remembered. He wouldn't let Lin Qiao kill them for him now, this was his own vengeance, he had to take revenge himself. Lin Qiao looked at his hand gesture and didn't say anything. She directly pressed one hand on his shoulder, and the two flashed into the space. Chapter 163. The two of them suddenly disappeared from where they stood. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. But before they could recover from their shock, Lin Qiao suddenly appeared again and walked to the side of the head. She bent down to pick it up, then turned around and went back into the space without waiting for their reaction. She just forgot to take it and only remembered after entering the space. The one she killed was a level 5 paranormal. She could have just dug out the energy crystal and thrown it into the lake to feed the vines. She couldn't waste it. Yeah. So she took the head back into the space and used her claws to cut open the skull. Then she took out the energy core and threw it into the lake. Throwing the skull aside, Lin Qiao washed her hands with the water in the bucket by the lake. Then she thought of the zombie core she just got and stood up to dig it out. She took it out and threw it into the lake. Ever since Junjun often cooked here, she took a bucket of lake water and put it in the lake. She used it to water vegetables or pour it on the lawn. Lin Qiao didn't go to the lake to bathe anymore. She also found a bucket and brought the water to the shore. Or she just went out of the space and found an empty room to wash. She turned around to look at Xie Dong sitting on the chair by the lake, only to see him staring at the head that Lin Qiao cut in half. Lin Qiao could see that he wanted to eat the brain in the head, so she turned around to get a cup. She poured a cup of water and handed it to him. Xie Dong took the water from her, tilted his head back and drank it. Lin Qiao watched him drink it, then went to get him another cup. After Xie Dong drank the water, he suddenly didn't have a strong urge to eat the head. Lin Qiao gave him the second cup of water and signaled him to drink one more. Her lake water was also very effective against zombies. Just look at Junjun's current state and you can see that. And Lin Qiao had deeply experienced it herself. In short, letting Xie Dong drink more was beneficial. Xie Dong looked at the second cup Lin Qiao gave him. He had already drunk one. Did he want to drink a second cup? Although he didn't understand, he still drank it. Lin Qiao took the cup and said to him, "Rest." Rest? Xie Dong was stunned at first, then he suddenly looked up at her with a dumbfounded expression. But Lin Qiao turned around and left the space under his dumbfounded expression. Seeing Lin Qiao disappear with the head, the two level 5 arcanists came back to their senses. He hurriedly jumped down from the roof. They didn't know that not long after they went down, Lin Qiao came out again. However, he only took a quick glance at their location before he stealthily made his way towards the hotel where Lin Feng and the others were staying. Seeing the two rank 5 arcanists coming down, the people below stopped their cars. He stuck his head out and looked strangely at the person who landed on the roof of the car. He waited for a while, but the third person didn't come down. Only then did someone ask that person. Where's Xiao Lide? Boss, why didn't he come down? That's right, boss. That kid is dead, right? Did you get the zombie core? The two level 5 arcanists looked gloomy. Shen Qingming said angrily, "He's dead." With that, Shen Qingming jumped down from the roof of the car and got into the passenger seat. His words stunned the others at the same time. What happened? How did he die? Weren't the three of you together? That's right. And that kid was already seriously injured. It's impossible for him to kill Xiao Lide, right? But that person's body is a bit strange, and he seems to have been in the Special Forces. He knows a lot of Special Forces skills. How did he die? Everyone asked at the same time. LV Doyao, who had jumped down from the back, replied, "Gone. Xiao Lide is dead now. Our strength has dropped by 20%. We need to be more careful from now on." He didn't say how Xiao Lide died, but just reminded everyone that the strength of the team had dropped again. The danger from now on would also increase. When everyone was back in the car, the driver drove forward again. Shen Qingming said in the car, "That kid is not dead." Suddenly, an expert appeared and killed Xiao Lide the moment he appeared. His head was chopped off. We didn't even see how she did it. although the person was wearing a hat and a turban. But from the sharp chin, white skin, and the chest that the loose camouflage clothes couldn't cover, Shen Qingming and LV Douyao could see that it was a woman. And from the chin, mouth, and nose, they could also see that this woman was not bad-looking. It was a pity that they couldn't see her eyes, and they didn't know what kind of eyes were behind the sunglasses. Several people in Shen Qingming's car looked at him in shock and asked, "What? You didn't see how she killed Zhao Lide? Is she that powerful? Even you level 5 paranormals couldn't detect it." "That's right. Who are they? If there is such a powerful person, she must be famous in the base. Who is she?" "Yes, yes. And we didn't hear any movement from above. How did one of you suddenly die? Then why are you all fine? Did she come to save that person?" Shen Qingming nodded and said, "We didn't notice when she appeared. By the time we noticed, she was standing less than 2 meters behind us. Fortunately, my LV Douyao dodged quickly, otherwise our heads would have flown away." "So awesome. She can appear behind you without a sound. But since you can detect it, there's no reason why Zhao Lide couldn't." The strength of the three of them was about the same. Even if Zhao Lide's reaction was slightly slower, he shouldn't have been beheaded, right? Shen Qingming said, "He was caught." At that time, he was proudly stepping on that kid's body. He had been bitten on his foot by that brat and hadn't let go. So he didn't have time to dodge. This was the rhythm of his own death. If he hadn't stepped on Xie Dong wouldn't have bitten his foot. If Xie Dong didn't bite his foot, he could have dodged quickly. Moreover, Zhao Lide was a wind element, so he would have dodged faster than them. But this guy stretched out his foot to step on Xie Dong's chest, and even after being bitten, he didn't let go. Just because of this action, he was sentenced to death. So, he was bitten by that person and didn't let go. Then he didn't have time to dodge, so he was killed. The others said with a look of disbelief. Although Zhao Lide, one of the 3 masters in the team, was dead. But the people in Shen Qingming's car didn't seem to have much emotional reaction to his death. Some felt that it was a pity to lose a very strong combat force. Shen Qingming nodded and didn't say much. Then, how did you escape from him? Since he could quietly appear behind you, he must be very strong." "That's right, who is he?" Shen Qingming replied, "A woman. I don't think I've seen such a person in the base. We were able to escape because she didn't intend to attack us again. She let us go. As for her strength, I think she should be a level 6 ability user. But I don't know if her ability is spatial." They all saw Lin Qiao disappear in front of them. Usually, only space-type metahumans could do this. Generally, only spatial ability users would have such a situation. Chapter 164. Unlike the situation in Shen Qingming's car, the mood in the latter car was a little sad. LV Douyao explained the situation above and frowned with a repressed expression. Zhao Lide was the vice-captain of their team. Their cooperation with Shen Qingming's team was only temporary. Although they often saw each other in the base, they didn't know each other well. But they weren't very familiar with each other. He could only blame his bad luck for dying here. However, the strength of his team would decrease, and their movements outside the base would be restricted. "Who is that? If he's that powerful, we'll definitely know about him in the base, right?" someone asked. LV Douyao shook his head and said, "A woman wearing a hat and sunglasses. She looks very unfamiliar. I've never seen her on the base." "Woman? Among the level 6 to 7 adepts in our base, there seems to be only one female deputy leader, Deputy Leader Yen. Is she here?" When the others heard that it was a woman, they all asked in surprise. LV Doyao still shook his head and said, "It's not Deputy Leader Yen. We all know Deputy Leader Yen. I don't know that woman just now." Everyone looked at each other. They were all curious as to where this person came from. On the other side, Chiu Lily took Junjun to the hotel and soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chiu Lily sniffed at the hotel before leading Junjun inside. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped again. She turned around to look at Junjun, who had stopped behind her. "Ah. Go." Junjun held Tong Tong in her arms and looked at the broken door of the hotel with some hesitation. He then looked at Tong Tong, who was in his arms. There were people here, but she suddenly didn't want to get close to them. Now that she thought about how she was being watched by those people, she felt very uncomfortable. Seeing that Chiu Lily had turned around to call her, she lifted her feet and walked inside. The two of them walked into the lobby of the hotel. Chiu Lily actually didn't like to walk on this kind of dusty floor. She likes to jump on top of buildings or trees. But this time, she had to protect Junjun and Tong Tong, so she could only walk with them on the ground. When they walked in, they found that there were no zombies in the building. She was clearly a few hundred meters away just now. Perhaps it had sensed her aura. Now they were all looking for a place to hide. In fact, before Chiu Lily got close, the zombies in the building were almost cleared. Because Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and the others were all upstairs, no one cared about the people downstairs. Following the scent, it moved closer. But before they could find the location of the human food in the building, they sensed the presence of Chiu Lily, the king, approaching them. Therefore, these zombies didn't care about looking for food, and fled as fast as they could. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others stayed on the second floor. When the zombies ran up the stairs in panic, they were immediately killed. But not long after, more zombies came up from downstairs. Just as he turned the corner of the stairs, Wei Jingchen, who had been watching him from the corridor, fired a shot at him. He was the sentry at the door. As long as zombies appeared on this floor, he would be the one to deal with them. The others were either in their rooms or upstairs and downstairs to collect things. However, the bullet was immediately caught by a slender hand. Only then did Wei Jingchen see that it was Chiu Lily, the female zombie wearing a clean white dress. "Ah!" Chiu Lily shouted angrily in Wei Jingchen's direction and threw the bullet back at him. No matter who it was, they would be given a bullet as soon as they came up. She even had a little temper. Wei Jingchen might be big, but his personality was simple and honest. When he saw that it was Chiu Lily, he felt that he had fought the wrong zombie. Hearing Chiu Lily yelling at him, he quickly put down the gun. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at Chiu Lily helplessly. Of course he knew this zombie girl, everyone saw her chase Yang Jianhuo away. Wei Jingchen subconsciously wanted to apologize, but he remembered that the other party was a zombie. He couldn't bring himself to say that to a zombie. At this time, Junjun also came up with Tong Tong in her arms and appeared from the corner. The moment she appeared, Wei Jingchen immediately turned to look at her. He saw that she was carrying a child in her arms. Because the child's head was resting on Junjun's other shoulder, it blocked Wei Jingchen's view. He looked suspiciously at Junjun who had just appeared, then looked at Tong Tong. From Junjun's appearance, he was sure that she was also a zombie. But this was the first time he had seen a zombie carrying a child. Moreover, that child should also be a small zombie. Ah! Chiu Lily saw that he was staring at Tong Tong, so she screamed at him. Then she turned around and brought Junjun to the other side of the corridor. They randomly picked a room that looked a bit cleaner and went in. At this time, the door that Wei Jingchen was guarding opened from the inside. Lin Wenwen poked his head out to take a look. Then he asked Wei Jingchen, "I heard a strange cry just now, did zombies come up?" Wei Jingchen put down the hand that was rubbing the back of his head and replied, "Oh, there were zombies coming. But it was the female zombie that was chasing Yang Jianhua. There was also another female zombie that I haven't seen before. She was carrying a child. Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up and he asked, that female zombie came back. What about that zombie in sunglasses? How come there's another female zombie? Wei Jingchen shook his head and said, I didn't see that zombie in sunglasses. Lin Wenwen looked left and right and said, where did they go? Wei Jingchen pointed to the room that Chiu Lily had just entered and said, they went into that room. Lin Wenwen glanced in that direction and nodded. Then she went back into the room. Back in the room, everyone looked at her. Mother Lin asked, what's the situation? Lin Wenwen walked to the sofa and said, oh, Jingchen said that he saw the female zombie that fought Yang Jianhua yesterday. She also brought another female zombie. Qing Wangxue looked at her curiously and asked, another one? Could it be that she can understand human language like that zombie in sunglasses? Lin Wenwen shook his head. I don't know, I didn't see her. I heard that she was carrying a child. I don't know if that child is a zombie or something. Whether it was Lin Wenwen in the room or Wei Jingchen outside, they wouldn't think that the child that the female zombie was carrying was a human. Because this kind of thing couldn't happen under normal circumstances. If it was a human, wouldn't it have been eaten long ago? So they all subconsciously chose to think in a normal scientific direction. But they didn't know that some things would also happen in an unscientific direction. Long Qingying didn't say anything. Of course she knew that the child was a human. And a child that had been raised by a few zombies. She really wanted to know how these people would react when they found out that the child was a living person. Chapter 165. Yuan Tianqing, who hadn't woken up all night, moved his eyelids. He woke up. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. He looked around reflexively to make sure it was safe. Then he looked in the direction where they were talking. Long Qingying, who was quietly listening to the commotion by the window, noticed that Yuan Tianqing had woken up. She looked in Yuan Tianqing's direction and said, the deputy leader is awake. Hearing that, the others immediately turned to look at Yuan Tianqing. Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others immediately stood up and walked to Yuan Tianqing's bedside. Lin Feng looked at him with concern and asked, Tianqing, you're awake. How do you feel? Lin Wenwen also asked, yes, brother Tianqing. You're injured. How do you feel? Lin Feng relaxed when he saw the familiar faces. He sat up with his arm and leaned against the headboard to look at them. I'm fine. Are you all okay? He turned to look around and asked, where are we? Lin Feng dragged a chair over and sat by his bedside. We're in a hotel room. It's not far from where we were yesterday. We saw that you're badly injured and didn't dare to take you far. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Yuan Tianqing nodded. He felt that his body was much lighter today. He didn't know if it was because he had rested too well, but his body felt much better. He asked, thank you. I'm fine. We can leave today if we want. Let's go to the Sea City base and see what's going on. What's your next plan? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and sighed. Don't be anxious. Our plan is to let your injuries heal first. As for the future plans, we only have so many people that escaped. If we want to build a base, we can't do that. We don't have enough manpower, but it's not impossible. We don't plan to join the Sea City base, but we still have to find Li Zheng and the others. We don't know how many people they have left. Building a base as a shelter was the first plan. The main thing was to build a wall. Then there was food and supplies. They didn't have many people now, so they didn't need much food and supplies. But they had to build a wall that was more than 10 meters high. That was a little difficult. Although Enchanting's earth element could be of great help, his current situation was not good enough. Of course, he had to recuperate first before making a move. Lin Feng was right. Enchanting thought about it. Nodding his head, he said, "But there are too many zombies outside, it's too dangerous for us. Also, there are a few injured people who need treatment. How long do you plan to stay here?" Lin Wenwen suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Tianqing, don't worry about the zombies. The zombies in this building have basically been cleared by Du Yuanqing and Lin Hao. Moreover, there was solar energy here and a lot of food. We can stay here for a month. 2 months is no problem. Besides, my brother's injuries aren't as serious as yours. He was much better now. In a few more days, he would be completely fine. I don't know what kind of water the sunglasses zombie gave me, but the healing effect is very strong." In fact, what they meant was that they did not intend to join Sea City base. Since they were going to build a base somewhere else, it didn't matter where it was. Therefore, it was better to directly choose this place. After their discussion last night, they had decided to stay here for the time being. Anyway, the environment here was suitable for people to live in, and there was solar energy and some food. As long as the wall was built, they wouldn't be afraid of the zombie tide. If it's zombies, if Lu Tianyu and his companions are here, the other zombies won't dare to come. Long Qingying suddenly said. After a few days of contact, she was most aware of the impact Lin Qiao and the others had on ordinary zombies. Since the zombie called Lu Tianyu wanted to help Lin Feng and the others, then this request for them to stay and intimidate those ordinary zombies, they shouldn't refuse. With Long Qingying's reminder, everyone's eyes lit up. They had all seen that zombie before. When he was here, the zombies next to him all avoided him. If they could find him to stay with them, then they really wouldn't have to be afraid of other ordinary zombies. But there was a problem, and that was that they didn't understand these strange zombies. Even if they suddenly came here to help them, they still didn't know what the purpose of these zombies was. Looking at the IQ of these zombies, they were just like normal people. If they had any bad thoughts in their hearts, then they would let these zombies stay near them. That would be too dangerous. In that case, why did he run all the way to the south and then chase after her all the way here? And just when they were in the worst situation, he came to their rescue. What was his purpose? What was his purpose? Lin Feng and the others didn't let down their guard against Lin Qiao and the other zombies. This was all normal. No one would suspect that a stranger suddenly came to help you for no reason. In this apocalypse, good people didn't live long. Everyone became selfish, this was all for survival. This was normal. Therefore, if they wanted to use these zombies as a deterrent, of course, they had to first figure out their background and purpose. They didn't want to meet a second Yang Jianhua now, they couldn't afford such a deception. Everyone could think of this, but how could they find out the background of those zombies? Lin Wenwen suddenly looked at Long Qingying and asked, "Do you know where they came from?" Long Qingying thought for a moment and said with an uncertain expression, "It seems that they also went in the direction of Haiqing. Judging from the way they were running around, they had probably heard some news from Sea City. Then they ran to the south to make a detailed confirmation. They just happened to meet us, so they chose us to approach you. After all, they seem to know that you don't know them." Lin Wenwen nodded and continued her words, "So, maybe they were afraid that we would reject them. So they saved you and then brought you with them. Then they came to find us, so that you too could be the middlemen. But this is the first time I've seen zombies that are as intelligent as humans. Moreover, there's such a terrifying level 6 zombie king among them. If that zombie girl wanted to attack us, she didn't have to spend so much effort to approach us. What do they want to do? Long Qingying said, from the beginning, he kept saying that he came to help you, and said that he was a former subordinate of the commander. Lin Feng said, it does seem that he came to help us, and has already been helping us. But he said that he was my former subordinate. Why don't I have any impression of this person? Long Qingying thought for a moment and said, is it because his face is disfigured now, so you can't recognize him? The others looked at each other and thought that this was also possible. Lin Feng shook his head. No, he said that his name is Lu Tianyu. I don't know this name either. Mother Lin said jokingly, maybe you're old and your memory is failing. Have you forgotten this person? Chapter 166. Everyone in the room was guessing the purpose and intention of Lin Qiao's appearance. On the other side, Lin Qiao quickly came back with Xie Dong. When she arrived at the door of the hotel, she looked around. She listened to all kinds of sounds in the building, then lifted her feet and walked in. She could sense that everyone was in several rooms on the 4th floor, and Qiu Lily was also up there. She also sensed that there were no other zombies in the building from the 1st floor to the 6th or 7th floor. It seemed that they either ran up or ran out from the bottom. With Qiu Lily, the king, as long as she released some breath. Other zombies basically didn't dare to come close. When Lin Qiao walked to the door, she suddenly looked back in the direction she had just come from. Her eyes flashed under the sunglasses, then she turned and entered the hall. She walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. She saw a person guarding the stairway to the 4th floor. Stop. Who is it? Su Liang, one of the 5 soldiers without abilities, felt someone coming up. He stared there and was alert. The other party obviously didn't hide himself and deliberately made a sound with his footsteps. It was to inform the people upstairs that someone was coming. But when Su Liang saw the person who appeared, a stranger wearing a hat and sunglasses and a camouflage uniform, he immediately shouted to stop. After all, this was their territory for the time being. According to the current practice of the apocalypse, if they didn't agree, the team coming from behind, they couldn't come up. Of course, this was to prevent the threat of any bad intentions from behind. Su Liang looked at Lin Qiao standing in the middle of the stairs. Why did he feel that the woman's sunglasses were familiar? Yes, this was a woman. Even if the hat and sunglasses covered most of her face, the loose camouflage uniform couldn't hide her bulging chest. Lin Qiao looked at him and suddenly raised her hand to take off the sunglasses. She raised her head and showed her eyes to him. You are. Seeing Lin Qiao's face and eyes, Su Liang's eyes widened. He stared at her blankly and wanted to ask questions, but words couldn't come out. They had just seen those eyes yesterday. No wonder he felt that the sunglasses were a bit familiar. Wasn't it the zombie who stole their boss and gave a few glasses of water to their deputy leader? But, wasn't that a man? Moreover, there was a large old scar on his face. Not only was the scar gone, but he had also become a woman. Su Liang stared at Lin Qiao's chest and confirmed that what he saw yesterday was indeed a man's flat chest. How did she suddenly become a woman with breasts after just one night? Moreover, it was a big-breasted woman. Lin Qiao saw that he was staring at her chest, so she casually glanced at her chest. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Have you seen enough?" Then, she saw Su Liang's eyes, which were already wide open, widened even more. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. But he didn't make a sound. This is just a zombie. Is it the zombie from yesterday? I don't know, but this is definitely a zombie, a zombie, a zombie. Su Liang suddenly screamed, turned around, and ran upstairs. How could zombies talk? What the hell? Su Liang screamed and rushed to the 4th floor, just bumping into Xing Lu and several others who heard the sound and rushed over. Fuck! What the hell are you screaming for? Xing Lu looked at Su Liang rushing up like he saw a ghost, and was also shocked. He raised his gun and aimed at the stairs below. And the squad leader Lu Junjie, who was guarding on the 5th floor, also rushed down, stretching his head from the escalator to look up. He thought that a powerful zombie had appeared, but when he looked, he saw a person wearing a baseball cap slowly walking up. He immediately jumped down from the corner of the escalator, holding his gun, and shouted to the people below, "Who's down there?" Then he quietly asked Su Liang next to him without moving his eyes, "What's the matter? Are you scared by him?" Seeing his comrade, Su Liang calmed down. He pointed to Lin Xiao, who had already turned the corner and appeared in front of everyone, and said, She is a zombie." Seeing Lin Xiao appear, she was still wearing the camouflage uniform from yesterday, and the sunglasses were also the same. But there was an extra hat on her head. Xing Lu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xiao. He put away the gun and turned to Su Liang and said angrily, "Isn't this the zombie that let us come to this hotel yesterday? Isn't it just an extra hat? Is there a need to make such a fuss?" When Lin Xiao heard his words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. She had already put on her sunglasses, so the people above couldn't see the whites of her eyes. On the other hand, Lu Junjie didn't let go of his gun. His expression became dangerous. He reminded Xing Lu, "Look carefully. This one was a woman with breasts. And there's no scar on his face." "Huh?" Xing Lu was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Lin Xiao. Sure enough, the zombie he saw yesterday had a large scar on its face. What's more, the massive bulge in the chest, yesterday in the picture, was a flat man. However, the two of them were about the same height. Xing Lu was careless and didn't notice these 2 points. He immediately reacted and quickly raised his gun to aim at Lin Xiao below. At this time, Su Liang also slightly calmed down. He waved his hand at the two of them. He said, No. I want to say, she can talk. She really is a zombie. But she can talk." After he said that, the other two immediately turned their heads and looked at him as if he was crazy. "A zombie can talk? Are you kidding us? How could such an unscientific thing happen?" Lin Xiao looked at the 3 big men blocking the way. It seemed that if she didn't give them some evidence, they wouldn't let her go up. Just as she was about to enter the space to take out the cup that she gave to Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing to throw at their dumbfounded faces, a dissatisfied shout came from behind the 3 of them. "Ah, don't block the way." Well, only Lin Xiao could understand the meaning of this shout. The other 3 just looked back at Chiu Lily with a blank face. Chiu Lily put her hands on her waist and pouted at the 3 of them. Her gaze and expression made it seem as if the 3 of them were blocking her way. Maybe it was because Chiu Lily's aura was too strong. After seeing her expression and gaze, they subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Lin Xiao just walked up and happened to push Su Liang and Xing Lu, who were blocking the stairs. Then, she walked over. Leaving the 3 men with blank faces, they didn't know what was happening. Dumbfounded, she watched Chiu Lily pull Lin Xiao to the room they had been in before. Chapter 167. Lin Xiao took 2 steps and suddenly stopped again. She turned back and raised her hand to slightly push down her glasses, revealing 2 dark eyes. "Go back, report to them. I want to talk to them." After saying this word slowly, she turned around and walked into the room with Chiu Lily. Xing Lu and the other 2 stared blankly at their door for a few seconds and then suddenly came back to their senses. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Lu Junjie asked uncertainly, what did she just say? Xinglu said in a daze, it seems, she said that she wants us to report to the higher-ups. Does she want to talk to the captain and the others? The two looked at Su Liang at the same time, doubting whether this was true. Su Liang nodded to the two and said, Captain, go and report. Lu Junjie thought for a moment and immediately put the gun on his back. He said to Xinglu, you go upstairs. Then he immediately turned and went to the room where Lin Feng and the others were. Okay. Xinglu responded and ran upstairs with his gun, standing at his new post. Lu Junjie walked to the door of the room, and Wei Jingchen at the door asked him, what's Su Liang screaming about? Lu Junjie replied, I saw a ghost. Then he knocked on the door, reporting. Come in. A response came from inside. Lu Junjie immediately opened the door and went in, leaving behind a confused Wei Jingchen. After opening the door and going in, Lu Junjie walked to the side of Lin Feng and the others and said to Lin Feng, reporting, the zombie wearing sunglasses is here. She said she wants to talk to you. Hearing that the zombie wearing sunglasses was back, the others immediately became excited. Lin Feng looked at him and said, the one called Lu Tianyu. Where is she now? Lu Junjie nodded and said, yes, it's her. She is now in the room of the two female zombies. But... Seeing Lu Junjie suddenly stutter, Yuan Tianqing, who had already gotten out of bed and sat on the sofa to rest, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Lu Junjie said hesitantly, She became a woman, and the scar on her face disappeared. Now, other than his eyes, everything else is no different from a normal person. Everyone else stared at him, doubting what they had heard. Even Long Qingying, who was usually cold and aloof, widened her eyes slightly. His expression was similar to the others, just not as outstanding. A woman. Impossible. Yesterday, everyone clearly saw that she was flat-chested, although she wasn't very tall. But her chest was indeed flat. Tell me, I'm not the only one who saw it. Cheng Wangshua looked at the others strangely and said in surprise. Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, Mrs. Lin, Long Qingying, Lin Wenwen, and Lin Xiaolu, who had no idea what they were talking about, all nodded at her. To show that they had seen it. Lin Wenwen suddenly turned to look at Long Qingying and said, Qingqing. Didn't you know them before we did? You didn't know it was a female zombie? Long Qingying quickly came back to her senses, and her expression became expressionless again. It was as if she wasn't the one who was shocked. She said lightly, I don't know either, at least from the appearance. She didn't look like a female zombie. Thinking about it, the previous zombie had short hair, almost shorter than a man's. She also had large scars on her face, and liked to wear Yuanqing sunglasses. Most importantly, her chest was flat. Everyone saw it, everyone saw it. Mrs. Lin turned to look at Lu Junjie and said, Jia, are you sure? Lu Junjie shook his head, yes, I'm sure. And Liang and all Lu saw it. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the woman's face that appeared when he fainted yesterday. No way. Everyone was shocked by the news and didn't know how to react. Only Yuan Tianqing quickly calmed down and said to Lu Junjie, Jia, go tell them. We can negotiate at any time. Lu Junjie immediately replied, yes. I'll go right now. He turned around and was about to walk out, but he had only taken 2 steps. Suddenly, he turned back and looked at everyone. Report, there's one more thing. Everyone looked at him strangely and asked, what's the matter? Just say it. What do you mean by stopping halfway? It was because he didn't remember it just now. Lu Junjie said awkwardly, that Lu Tianyu. She can talk. Everyone else, did they hear wrongly? Mrs. Lin reacted quickly and asked, but she also said with a dumbfounded expression, isn't she a zombie? Lu Junjie, her eyes are still as black as a zombie's, but now, even he wasn't sure if she was a zombie or not. Had they ever seen a zombie with a clean and beautiful face like a human? No. No matter how well-maintained a zombie's appearance was, there were still big dark circles under their eyes. Like that female zombie, had they ever seen a zombie that could save people? No. All the zombies they knew only ate humans. Had they ever seen a zombie that could turn from male to female? No. Had this zombie already cultivated to become a demon? Finally, had they ever seen a zombie that could talk? Not to mention that they wanted to be alone. What was going on with this world now? Why could even zombies become spirits? Lin Wenwen said, did she pretend to be a zombie yesterday to fool us? She was originally a human. Long Qingying said calmly, I've seen her easily cut the skulls of other zombies with her nails. This isn't something a normal person can do. Moreover, her eyes were not fake, even if they were cosmetic lenses. Even if it's cosmetic contact lenses, they can't achieve such an effect. At this time, Lin Xiaolu asked Mrs. Lin in a low voice, Grandma, what are cosmetic contact lenses? Mrs. Lin answered her in a low voice, it's a type of contact lens that can change the eyes into different colors. Oh. Lin Xiaolu responded, not fully understanding. Yuan Tianqing's handsome face was still calm. He looked at Lu Junjie and said, okay, let's invite them over first. Now. He glanced at everyone. Instead of letting them guess here, it was better to let them come over and see for themselves. Lu Junjie quickly replied, yes. Saying that, he really turned around and walked out the door. He immediately went to Lin Qiao's room to call them over. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing was going to call them over, the others immediately quieted down. They were even waiting for Lin Qiao's arrival with anticipation. In fact, they couldn't help but pounce on their brains to see the zombie's appearance. Chapter 168. On the other side, Lin Qiao was pulled into a room by Qiu Lily. It was a double room. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. As soon as she entered, she saw Junjun playing with Tong Tong on the bed. Everything in the room was simply cleaned up and the quilt was moved to the window to dry. The whole room looked clean and tidy, although it wasn't as good as it was before Doomsday. But after Doomsday, this kind of environment was already very good. Lin Qiao knew that Qiu Lily must have done this as soon as she came in. She was a neat freak and loved to be clean. She was a diligent and good girl. Seeing Lin Qiao come in, Junjun and Tong Tong both looked at her. Lin Qiao took off her hat. She didn't know why. After this recovery, her body was no longer unable to feel the temperature like before. It was noon and she was wearing a hat and a headscarf. She actually felt hot. So she didn't care about her bald appearance. Anyway, these two people had seen her bald appearance. However, after Lin Qiao's bald head appeared, Lin Qiao's eyes widened. The other people's gazes landed on him. Seeing that Junjun wanted to laugh but was too shy to do so, Qiu Lily and Tong Tong looked at her curiously. Lin Qiao suddenly felt that she needed to adapt. As Qiu Lily stared at him, she got closer and closer. Then she silently raised her hand and reached out to Lin Qiao's head. Lin Qiao shrank her neck. Qiu Lily didn't manage to touch it, so she pouted and said, let me touch it. Lin Qiao, Qiu Lily continued to reach out her hand and rubbed Lin Qiao's head twice. After rubbing it, she happily said, so smooth Lin Qiao, Mom. I want that head. At this time, Tong Tong suddenly pulled Junjun's sleeve and said to Junjun while pointing at Lin Qiao's bald head. Pfft, Junjun finally couldn't help but laugh. Lin Qiao, are these two little ones going to rebel? Lin Qiao silently put on her hat again. Seeing that Lin Qiao put on the hat and covered her bald head, Tong Tong was unhappy. He said to Junjun, "Oh, Mom, I want that head, that head." Junjun looked at him helplessly and shook her head silently. She really wanted to tell Tong Tong that she could not touch it. If Lin Qiao got angry, he would eat Tong Tong. But she couldn't speak now, so she could only shake her head at Tong Tong. Then, something big happened. Lin Qiao was dumbfounded by the horrifying cries. Qiao Lily was so scared that she immediately covered her ears with her hands and hid to the side with a sad face. The cry of a child, as long as it starts to cry. That was the effect of shaking the earth and mountains. Wah 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 wah, ah 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 ah, I want it. I want it. Wah 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 wah, the demonic sound directly pierced through the ears. Qiao Lily endured it for 2 seconds before she couldn't take it anymore and flashed towards the window. He leaped out and disappeared without a trace. Wah 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 wah. I want that. Mom, I want. Wah 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 wah. Tong Tong didn't care whether Qiao Lily disappeared or not. Anyway, he just wanted to touch that head that looked like an egg. So he continued to cry at the top of his voice. For Lin Qiao and Qiao Lily, who had extremely sensitive hearing, this was simply torture. No wonder Qiao Lily jumped out of the window. Listening to the demonic sound that was about to penetrate her entire head, Lin Qiao angrily took off his hat and threw it on the sofa next to him. Then she walked to his side, closed her eyes, and stretched her head in front of him. Touch it, touch it. Please don't cry, ancestor. On the other side, although the walls of this hotel were very soundproof, Tong Tong's voice was still heard by some of the stronger people. On the other side, although the walls of this hotel were very soundproof, Tong Tong's voice was still heard by some of the stronger people. After Lu Junjie went out, a few people in the room with superpowers of level 4 and above heard the loud cry of a child. At the same time, they heard the loud cry of a child. Ha! Did I hear a child crying? Lin Feng looked at the others in confusion and asked. Yuan Tianqing nodded in agreement. Yeah, I heard it too. But other than Xiao Lu, where did the child come from? Lin Wenwen looked around and said strangely, yeah, where did the child come from? Everyone looked at each other. Long Qingying knew who it was, but she just quietly looked at the strange expressions of the others without saying a word. But that child could cry like this. What was going on? Lu Junjie, who was almost at Qiao Lily's door, seemed to have heard something as well. He stopped and looked around in confusion. The sound seemed to be coming from the zombie's house. But because he couldn't hear it clearly, he wasn't sure. Tong Tong, who was in Lin Qiao's room, saw Lin Qiao stick her head in front of his eyes. She immediately stopped crying. She stopped just like that. Ah! He stared at Lin Qiao's head, then reached out his little hands to touch it. He touched it again, and then he didn't let go. Lin Qiao, who felt like her head was being touched, was speechless. Naughty children are so annoying. Tiny Tot is so cute. She missed Tiny Tot so much. Looking at Tong Tong touching Lin Qiao's head in satisfaction, Junjun smiled and waited for him to finish touching her head. She hurriedly carried him away. Because she felt someone outside the door. Lin Qiao felt it too, so she directly turned around and walked to the door. Before Lu Junjie had the chance to knock on the door, it was already opened. Lu Junjie raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Seeing the door suddenly open, he subconsciously paused. Then he saw a bald head appear behind the door, wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking at him. Lu Junjie was speechless. Where did this bald head come from? Lin Qiao looked at the dumbfounded Lu Junjie and raised her hand to take off her sunglasses. Then she touched her head and asked uncomfortably, "What is it?" Okay, she had forgotten to put on her hat because of the little brat just now, so she opened the door. But anyway, she had seen it. She wouldn't lose a piece of flesh. At least this bald head was much better than the disfigured face. Hearing Lin Qiao's voice, Lu Junjie came back to his senses. He stared at Lin Qiao. Your hair. He originally wanted to ask her where her hair went. But he suddenly realized that it didn't seem right to ask her that. She was also a woman. Looking at Lin Qiao's beautiful face and a pair of dark eyes, her head was bald. However, his head was completely bald. This image was still acceptable on a man's body. But on a girl, it was a little. He tidied up his expression and coughed lightly. Well, our deputy leader would like to invite you over to discuss the next plan. I don't know, if it's convenient for you. Lin Qiao nodded without even thinking about it. Chapter 169. Because Lin Qiao didn't open the door completely, she only left it half open. Lu Junjie didn't see Junjun and Tong Tong behind the door. But at this time, Tong Tong spoke, "Mom, I'm hungry." Lin Qiao casually looked back at Tong Tong, then realized it was almost noon. It was time to feed the child. Lu Junjie looked at Lin Qiao with a face full of doubt, then stretched his head to look past her. He asked in disbelief, "There's someone else inside?" Actually, he wanted to ask if there was a child. But thinking of the childish voice calling "Mom," Lu Junjie felt there should be two people. Lin Qiao generously opened the door. There was nothing she couldn't see. She still had to think of a way to stay by Lin Feng's side in the future, in order to not let them suspect that she had ulterior motives. Of course she wouldn't hide it from them. Everyone would see each other later anyway. As soon as the door opened, Lu Junjie saw a female zombie holding a child. The child was hugging the female zombie's neck. "Mom, I'm hungry." Junjun felt Lin Qiao open the door. There was a stranger, and immediately stared at the door alertly. Lu Junjie saw a living child being hugged by a female zombie, and subconsciously wanted to rush in. In his mind, he only knew it was too dangerous for the child to be with zombies. Lin Qiao raised her hand to stop him, her expression calm, and said slowly to him, "Don't worry." Lu Junjie stared at Tong Tong and said, "You won't be able to resist eating him. Zombies like to eat children's meat even more." It was tender and soft, even high-level zombies that only ate hearts would eat children's meat. Lin Qiao continued to stop him, and said slowly, "Won't we don't eat people?" Lu Junjie was worried to death by the speed of her words, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that she kept stopping him, he could only give up and retreat. He asked with an expression of disbelief, "You really won't hurt him? That's a child, it's too dangerous for him to follow you." They were all zombies. What if one day the instincts of zombies appeared? The child had been away from them for so long, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be eaten. Lu Junjie suddenly remembered that he had heard Wei Jingchen say that he had seen a female zombie carrying a child. At that time, they had thought that the child was also a zombie. Lin Qiao waved his hand at him, indicating that it would not happen. Not to mention that Junjun's maternal instincts were still there, and she was still clear-headed. As long as she stayed by his side, with the help of the lake water, she would not go crazy. Lu Junjie looked at her suspiciously, then glanced at her bald head. He then took a step back and said, "When do you have time? Our deputy leader is waiting for you." Lin Qiao nodded at him and pointed in the direction of Lin Feng and the others, indicating that she could go over now. Then, she turned around and hooked her finger at Junjun, asking her to follow her. She didn't know where Qiu Lily had run off to. She didn't feel at ease leaving Junjun and Tong Tong, 2 corpses and a child, here. Seeing her movements, Junjun slowly moved over with Tong Tong in her arms. In fact, she understood what Lin Qiao meant, but she had no choice. She didn't want to be close to humans. Just from the reactions of these few times when they saw Tong Tong by her side, she had a feeling that these people would take Tong Tong away from her in the name of the child's good. This made her feel very uneasy, although she believed that Lin Qiao wouldn't let her and Tong Tong get hurt. The 2 of them followed Lu Junjie to Lin Feng's room, which wasn't far. The 2 doors were only 7 or 8 meters apart, separated by a staircase. After arriving at the door, Lin Qiao faced Wei Jingchen's strange and curious gaze. Lu Junjie knocked on the door. Lu Junjie knocked on the door and reported inside, reporting, Lu Tianyu and the others have arrived. He suddenly didn't know how to address Lin Qiao and the others. Fortunately, he heard Lin Feng and the others mention Lin Qiao's name yesterday. Lin Feng's voice quickly came from inside, invite them in. Lu Junjie opened the door and stood to the side. He gestured to Lin Qiao and the 2 corpses to invite them in. Pfft, who's that? Where's your hair? As soon as Lin Qiao entered, Mother Lin burst out laughing. She pointed at Lin Qiao's bald head and asked. The others also stared blankly at Lin Qiao's bald head. Even Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing, the 2 leaders who usually held high positions, didn't react for a moment. Lin Qiao, when Junjun, who was standing behind her, saw the expressions of the others, she also covered her mouth with her hand and laughed in her heart. At this moment, because Junjun was standing close to Lin Qiao, Tong Tong had been staring at her bald head. Seeing that Lin Qiao was standing still, her childish nature rose. She couldn't help but raise her small hand to touch the back of her head. Lin Qiao, who was suddenly touched from behind, she silently turned back to look at Tong Tong, then walked in. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing was the first to react. He put away the somewhat cracked expression on his face and tidied himself up. After tidying himself up a bit, he raised a polite smile and stood up, pointing to the empty sofa next to him and said, "Please have a seat." Lin Qiao walked over and very naturally sat down on that seat. She didn't realize that her behavior at this moment had a sense of propriety. Junjun also walked over with Tong Tong in her arms, but she went around to stand behind the sofa. From the observation from yesterday to today, Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and the others had already seen through Lin Qiao, Qiu Lily, and the new female zombie. Among them, Lin Qiao was the leader. Although she didn't seem to be as strong as the female zombie. But the female zombie in front of them who had suddenly changed had a very strong aura. That kind of aura of a superior, no matter who she faced, she seemed to be calm and composed, without a trace of fear. Sitting next to her, Yuan Tianqing's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. This aura, why did it give him a familiar feeling? It was as if he had touched it somewhere before, leaving an invisible impression in his heart. After seeing Lin Qiao sit down, the expressions on the others' faces disappeared. Only Lin Xiaolu was still staring at Lin Qiao's head with a fresh expression. But this room was full of adults, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. She didn't open her mouth to ask her grandmother next to her, but her eyes were glued to Lin Qiao. After everyone sorted out their emotions, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and Mother Lin also had the same feeling as Yuan Tianqing. Such a familiar aura. But, who is she? Lin Feng frowned slightly, and thought with some doubt, who the hell is this? Since she gave him a sense of familiarity, he must have come into contact with her before. Moreover, this familiar feeling made him feel as if his lost sister was here. It was like an illusion. Chapter 170. Lin Feng, who often worked beside the leader, was naturally very familiar with his sister's imposing manner and aura. As men, he and Yuan Tianqing's thoughts were clear and logical. Therefore, they quickly realized who this aura was. However, something like an aura couldn't be imitated. Could this be a coincidence? As for the ladies, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, they couldn't think of anyone with such an aura. Firstly, Lin Wenwen's perception wasn't strong, so he couldn't sense things as clearly as Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Secondly, Mama Lin was just an ordinary person, so she couldn't feel it at all. It was only because the zombie gave her a strong feeling at this time that she had that kind of familiar feeling. The other person in the room was not a member of the Lin family, but Long Qingying. She didn't have much contact with her leader, so she didn't have any special feelings for him. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly moved her hand, and a short white writing board that was half a meter long appeared in her hand. She had found it from Chiu Lily's pile of things. When he went to look for a bra, he couldn't find it. Instead, he saw this. It was convenient for her to write, so she put it aside. So it was just the right time to use it. Even if she could speak now, she couldn't speak fast enough. Very quickly, it became at hashtag yen yen percent and therefore, it was better to write by hand when discussing serious matters. Seeing that Lin Qiao was ready, Yuan Tianqing turned to look at Lin Feng. He signaled for Lin Feng to speak first. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then asked curiously, "Your name is Lu Tianyu, right? Why did you come to save us?" Was he instructed by someone, or was it his own idea? They could not simply trust people in this post-apocalyptic world. This kind of trust was very rare. He would even betray his comrades who had risked their lives for him. What's more, they weren't facing familiar teammates or friends, they weren't even humans, but zombies that they had to kill all day. But from the other side's point of view, as a zombie, it's better than nothing. There was no reason for him to save a group of people for no reason. Moreover, he seemed to have taken a detour from afar. In this way, people could not help but suspect her intentions. But when he thought about it, other than their lives, they had nothing else. What else was there to covet? So why did these strange zombies come here? Was he really here to help them? For a person who had only known her for less than 2 days, this was a reason. They couldn't possibly believe it. However, the truth proved that the other party had been helping them all along. From the moment he arrived, he attacked Yang Jianhua and even treated his injuries. Therefore, even if he wanted to suspect something, he could only keep it in his heart. Moreover, Yuan Tianqing was prepared to bring people to Haiqing base to get Li Zhang and the others back in a few days. Then, he could investigate the background of this Lu Tianyu. He wondered if there was any information about her in Hai City. Lin Feng didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, Lin Qiao could probably sense it. Even Yuan Tianqing's Dharma manifestation was no longer restricted by his strength. She could also sense it because she was close to him. Knowing that they wouldn't believe him so easily, Lin Qiao pondered for a moment. Even if he came up with all sorts of excuses now, it would not be appropriate. "Why not?" she wrote on the slate with a carbon brush. "No reason, just want to save you." There was no reason for him to do so. Everyone else. What kind of answer is that? Such a willful answer made it hard for them to continue asking. "You're a zombie, you can do whatever you want." Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other. This time, it was Yuan Tianqing's turn to say, Miss Liu, although I don't know why you're helping us, I still have to thank you for your help this time. Besides, your water is very healing. It's better than any medicine we brought. When Yuan Tianqing called her, he couldn't help but look at her bald head. Then, his expression looked like it was about to crack. He quickly restrained his expression and spoke to her. But how could Lin Qiao not see his stiff and strange smile? This person was her vice-captain before the apocalypse. She rolled her eyes at him out of habit and wrote, "You're welcome." At this time, Mother Lin, Lin Wenwen, and even Lin Feng. All of a sudden, they stared at the words she had written, their eyes solemn and thoughtful. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was written by a zombie. Why did it look familiar? And Lin Feng, who had noticed that Lin Qiao's aura was somewhat similar to his sister who had self-destructed, also recognized Lin Qiao's handwriting. Why was this person, other than her aura? Even her handwriting was so similar. After Mother Lin and Lin Wenwen saw Lin Qiao's handwriting, their expressions suddenly became a bit gloomy. But the doubt in their eyes became more and more intense. Not only did the Lin family recognize Lin Qiao's handwriting, Yuan Tianqing also recognized it. But he didn't show it. And Lin Qiao silently felt their thoughts and looked at her handwriting. Yes, she had thought that they would recognize her handwriting. Although she didn't know what kind of impact it would cause, she didn't care. Should they continue to doubt her intentions, or slowly accept her, or something else? She could only watch silently. Maybe there was a better way to protect them, but she wanted to. He wasn't just protecting them in the dark, and they didn't even know he was there. That was why she chose this somewhat risky method, but it allowed her to directly contact them. Even if she had turned into a zombie, she still wanted to talk to her loved ones. She wanted to be with them openly. Yuan Tianqing's eyes flashed, then he continued to speak to her. "We've already decided to stay here for a long time. Not long after, they would start building a new base here, and when the time was right, they would start building a new one. When the time is right, we'll go back to Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai for revenge." When mentioning Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai's names, Yuan Tianqing still had a faint smile on his face. Even his tone didn't change. But the murderous intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. And the other people's expressions were almost the same, but their expressions were much more ferocious. But whether it was Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, or Mother Lin, they all held back and didn't make a sound. Lin Qiao sensed their emotional fluctuations, but she didn't feel anything for the two people. But when she thought of the words, "lifesaver," she always felt a dull pain in her head. She suddenly felt that she should go to the south again. And find out what was going on with the dead Lin Qiao and her now. Could it be that she had lost her memory? Or was there someone else pretending to be her? The former was possible, but the latter was basically impossible. So no matter what, she must find out what was going on. The main thing was to start with the dead Lin Qiao. Chapter 171. Yuan Tianqing said the time was right, but Lin Qiao knew it wouldn't be so soon. They still needed to settle down first, and then recruit people to strengthen their team. When they had a breakthrough in strength, they would go back to the south for revenge. As for the time, it might be 3 to 5 years, or maybe 8 to 10 years. It was hard to say. Lin Qiao nodded in understanding, then gave him a look and asked, "So?" Yuan Tianqing looked at her and said seriously, "So, we want to cooperate with you." Lin Qiao looked at him and pointed at herself. Yuan Tianqing nodded to her and said, "Yes, we want to cooperate with you. We also want to ask for your help. Because of what you did to help us yesterday, although we don't know your purpose. But we can feel your goodwill, so I think you should agree to our request. What do you think?" He could see that the female zombie named Lu Tianyu was the leader of this small group of zombies. So if he could reach an agreement with her, he didn't have to care about the other female zombies. Lin Qiao looked at him, and a light flashed in her eyes. She wrote, You mean cooperation, then what can you offer us? They were now high-level zombies, and Chio Lily was still a king. There weren't many zombie kings in this apocalypse, but as long as they advanced to the king level, then there was nothing to be afraid of in terms of strength. Except for the leaders of the major bases who could deal with zombie kings, other people below level 6 were no match for zombie kings. Yuan Tianqing's smile changed slightly, and he said, "We can give you a place of protection." Lin Qiao heard this answer and looked at him with some surprise. Then she turned her head and looked at Junjun behind her. Obviously, the two zombies didn't understand what Yuan Tianqing meant. Yuan Tianqing saw her dumbfounded expression, coupled with the image of her bald head, and a beautiful face. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this zombie's expression was a little cute. And a little familiar. His smile deepened and he said, "You also saw that humans have developed very rapidly in the apocalypse in recent years. But the development of you zombies is very slow. Maybe you think we are very weak now, but as long as our base is built, we can recruit those survivors who still have no place to live in the apocalypse and give them a home. I believe that the development of our base will not be slow. Also, you have to be wary of the other major bases. The success rate of the corpse hunting operation is getting higher and higher. After another 10 or 20 years, how many zombies do you think there will be?" Lin Qiao's expression darkened. Actually, she had noticed it a long time ago. Although the situation between humans and zombies didn't change much, what about in 10, 20, or 30 years? Don't forget, humans can reproduce. What about zombies? No. They could only continue to be hunted, and their numbers would definitely decrease over the years. What about 100 years later? Who knows if the zombies will be killed by the increasingly powerful humans? The potential of humans was limitless, especially in this chaotic world. Soon, another century would be built. That was because the most difficult time had passed, and the people had successfully built the base. Lin Qiao thought a lot, but Junjun only thought of one thing. Humans nowadays were indeed growing slowly. As for zombies, their intelligence was not as high as that of humans. Therefore, their development was not that fast. Yuan Tianqing saw that the two's expressions were a lot more serious, and he knew that the chances of them cooperating had increased. And now this, well, the bald beautiful zombie was not much less intelligent than the people here. From her expression, it could be seen that she had thought further. He continued, "From the current situation, it is not difficult to see what kind of changes will occur in the next 10 years. I believe that since you have retained the memory of humans, you must know how terrifying the creativity and will to survive of humans are. So, now you will protect our safety. In the future, we will protect your safety. What do you think?" Lin Qiao looked at him quietly. This man really knew how to calculate. Originally, even if they didn't speak, she would always protect them until they were no longer a threat. Although she really wanted to recognize them, her current appearance. Even a normal person would not believe in such unscientific things. Lin Feng and the others would probably think that she was a bad person pretending to be her other self. At that time, all kinds of suspicions would arise. It would not be fun. No matter how much she could prove that she was Lin Qiao, it didn't matter how many times she tried to prove herself. However, she knew her family best. If she didn't let them accept her current existence first, no matter how she proved it, they would not believe it. That was because once their family had decided on something, even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull them back and change their minds. There was another reason. That was, she didn't know anything about herself in the past 5 years, as if she had lost the memory of the past 5 years. So how could she convince them? This was the biggest loophole, and she had no way to prove it. Coincidentally, she was just thinking of a reason to stay with Lin Feng and the others. Unexpectedly, this man gave her an idea. Although he wanted to use her, he always did what he said. But this man always did what he said. In the future, he might not abandon these mutated zombies. No one knew what Lin Chao was thinking. Seeing Lin Chao's silence, they thought that she was thinking about Yuan Tianqing's words. So they all looked at her quietly. And the three people of the Lin family, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, looked at Lin Chao with something in their eyes. They really hoped that Lin Chao could stay. It was not only because Lin Chao saved them out of kindness. And what Yuan Tianqing said was right. Maybe in a few decades, the situation of zombies would be weaker. And because of the familiar feeling that Lin Chao gave them from time to time, they unconsciously wanted her to stay. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Lin Chao finally appeared in front of their eyes. She nodded and said yes. She wrote, "You are right. I can see that humans are developing very fast now. But please don't look down on us zombies. See my existence. You should know that there are still high IQs among zombies." She meant to tell others that if there were zombies, there were also zombies like them, who had memories, but had a different mindset from them. The development and future of zombies were not clear. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng looked at what she wrote and nodded. That depends on whether he can hide well enough. Lin Feng said. He stared at the words written by Lin Chao without blinking. Too similar. Every stroke of each word was similar to their leaders. But why would this zombie write such words? Chapter 172. At this time, Lin Chao wrote, "But if you want to build a base, I suggest changing a place. This place is not ideal." Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng look at each other and ask her, "What do you mean?" "This is a border town, so there are fewer zombies. It's easy to clean up. It's not too far from Haiqing Base, but not close either. If there's anything, you can go to Haiqing Base for help." Lin Chao wrote, "You don't have many people and are weak. It's easy to be ambushed here. So I suggest you find a zombie city. Since you want to cooperate, we can give you a wall made of zombies." Yuan Tianqing holds his chin thoughtfully and thinks for a while. As for Lin Chao's suggestion of changing a place to build a base and finding a zombie city, he is a little bit tempted. A zombie city is the place with the most zombies. Before the apocalypse, it was a bustling big city with a high standard of living. Buildings are also very suitable for humans to live in. And there may be a lot of preserved freezers with a lot of food. And a lot of intact supplies. Now if people from the major bases want to enter the zombie city to collect supplies, they will send a large force. They sent a large force to deal with a large number of zombies. And they also have to deal with all kinds of high-level zombies. Moreover, there are a lot of level 5 zombie leaders in the big zombie city. There may even be a king. Therefore, level 7 leaders usually lead the team. Only in this way can they reduce the probability of loss and bring back a lot of supplies. What Yuan Tianqing thought of, Lin Feng also thought of. Only Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen don't understand why Lin Chao proposed to build a base in a zombie city. Lin Chao continued to write, "Find a big city that no one has been to and we will clean up the zombies. If there are high-level zombies, we will kill them and drive the ordinary zombies to the periphery. You can find a suitable place in the city to build a base." Yuan Tianqing looks at Lin Feng and asks for his opinion with his eyes. Lin Feng looks at him and says nothing for the time being. Lin Chao erases the words and writes again, "And the supplies in the zombie city should be the best. The environment is also more suitable for humans to live in. As long as we are here, you don't have to be afraid of zombies." The last sentence is the main point. Only then did Lin Feng nod at Yuan Tianqing. Yuan Tianqing said, "Okay, since you said to look for Zombie City, I think it's fine. If we can deal with the large number of zombies, we can still use the zombies to defend against the enemy. Moreover, we've been building the base for quite some time now, so it's a good idea to use the zombies." Lin Feng nodded at the side. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng agreed, Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Mrs. Lin looks at Tong and suddenly asks, "May I ask what happened to this child?" In the apocalypse, children were as precious as women. Children were the future. So, when they saw Tong following the two zombies, they couldn't help but want to ask about the situation. Hearing someone mention Tong, Junjun's expression immediately tensed up. Her gray eyes widened, and she suddenly tightened her grip on Tong. Mummy, you're hurting me. Tong, who had been unconsciously strangled by Junjun, twisted his body in discomfort and spoke with a distressed expression. It was only then that Junjun came back to her senses. She realized that she had been too nervous. Lin Qiao turns back to look at her and shakes her head to comfort her. Then he turned around and wrote on the writing board, "The children are the children of this zombie. When I found them, I saw them. When I found them, Junjun had just become a zombie, but the child had been hungry for several days." The writing board is not big enough, so Lin Qiao has to write a paragraph for them to see. She erases it and continues to write, but Junjun, who had just become a zombie, protected the child from being eaten by other zombies, so I saved the child with the lake water. Don't worry, Junjun won't hurt Tong because he is her child. She doesn't say that Junjun is a zombie with amnesia, so she doesn't actually remember whether Tong is her child or not. The others look at each other and are slightly relieved. Lin Wenwen can't help but ask, "But you are zombies. You don't have to eat, but how did you feed the child?" Lin Qiao writes quickly, "I found some food and animal meat. I cooked it for him. Don't worry, it's not harmful to the human body." Lin Wenwen, Mrs. Lin, and others look at each other in surprise. However, seeing that Tong is so energetic now, they think that there will be no problem with the food. Mrs. Lin kindly says, "Children need to eat to grow up. It seems that you have never given him rice. We have porridge made from rice here. If it's convenient, we'll send someone to deliver porridge to the children during mealtimes." Hearing that they didn't want Tong to stay with them, but sent someone to deliver porridge, Tong was shocked. Junjun heaved a sigh of relief. However, the child did need to eat some grains. Although he had been eating meat and vegetables with Lin Qiao recently, he couldn't go without rice. It's not good for the child's development. Junjun bows to Mrs. Lin gratefully to express his gratitude. Lin Cho wrote on the slate, "Thank you. In return, you can look for me if you need water." The others nodded. Lin Qiao brought Junjun back to their room after deciding on the base construction meeting with Yuan Tianqing and the others. After she left, she told Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and the others that she was there. No zombies below level 4 would dare to come to this building. Therefore, she told the others not to be too nervous. They still had to relax when it was time. After returning to the room, Junjun put Tong on the bed. She found that Chiu Lily didn't come back. She didn't know where she had gone to play. She suddenly took Lin Qiao's slate and wrote, "Why don't you tell me your real name? Aren't you Lin Qiao?" The zombies around Lin Qiao all know that her name is Lin Qiao. Because Lin Qiao told them at the beginning. They also know why Lin Qiao went to Lin Feng and the others. Because they are all her family. Lin Qiao looked at her, took a pen and slate, and wrote, "Lu Tianyu is the name of this body. It's also a real name." Junjun looked at her blankly, not knowing what Lin Qiao meant. She didn't know that the leader of Pluto's base was also called Lin Qiao. Maybe she knew, but she lost her memory now and couldn't remember. However, she didn't know that the current Lin Qiao was just a Lin Qiao reborn into Lu Tianyu's corpse. Lin Qiao looked at her blankly and sensed her thoughts. She wrote, "You don't have to write it. I can feel your thoughts. This body isn't my original body. This face isn't my original face either." She touched her face, and then for some reason, she rubbed it all the way to the top of her head. Lin Qiao, today, she had rubbed her head more than 5 times. Chapter 173. Seeing what Lin Qiao wrote, Junjun looked at it blankly at first, as if she couldn't understand it for a while. After a few seconds, she suddenly widened her grayish-white eyes. She looked up at her. What did this mean? She could change her body and face. She could change her face, but how could she change her body? Lin Qiao erased the words in front and continued to write. The original owner of this body was called Lu Tianyu. She was originally the mistress of a leader in Sea City base, but someone got tired of her, so she was thrown into the zombies. After writing, she held up the board for Junjun to see. Junjun looked as if he didn't understand at all. Lin Qiao took back the board, erased it, and continued to write. When I woke up, I became what you saw before. Junjun, her brain was a bit stuck. Did this mean that Lin Qiao was actually borrowing another person's body? No wonder her relatives looked at her like she was a stranger. She thought that the Lin family would recognize her when her face was restored. Unexpectedly, it was another person's face. She suddenly felt that Lin Qiao was a little pitiful. In front of her relatives, she had to get along like a stranger. Lin Qiao knew what she was thinking and smiled carelessly. She wrote, "It doesn't matter, as long as I can stay by their side. I'll be satisfied." At this moment, a voice called out to her from the space and entered her mind. Lin Qiao remembered that she still had a corpse in her space. She wrote on the board, "By the way, I'll introduce you to a friend." As she said that, under Junjun's curious gaze. In a flash, he entered the space and appeared beside Xie Dong. Xie Dong could already move freely at this time. After Lin Qiao went out, he sat down on the chair and suddenly found that the space was much larger than before. In addition to the size of the lake, the grassland had not changed either. However, a strange forest had appeared. He looked at the small stove not far away and saw that there was a pot on it. He stood up curiously and began to slowly wander around in Lin Qiao's space. He didn't see the daughter of the leader of Sea City base, but there were still a lot of things in the space. The small dimension that he had inadvertently obtained from the spatial ability user in his previous team had appeared in a location that was very far away from where he was. On the grass, other than the lush strawberries, there were also some green vegetables. There's even a pile of big, mutated pumpkins next to it. Mutated potato. Why did she bring these things in? Do you eat it? Imagining Lin Qiao nibbling on pumpkins and potatoes, Xie Dong felt terrible. Apart from the food, they also found a lot of exquisite and luxurious furniture. Where did this come from? The old bed from before was gone. After walking around, Xie Dong had a weird expression on his face. In the end, he couldn't help but raise his head and shout at the gray misty sky. "Roar, Lin Qiao!" Not even 10 seconds had passed. Lin Qiao flashed in. Xie Dong was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Qiao's bald head. If Xie Dong had not recognized the familiar pair of black eyes and Lin Qiao's aura, he would have jumped back. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Qiao's head. Pfft! Could he laugh? Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you want to laugh, then laugh." Xie Dong, who had been holding back his laughter, heard her words. He laughed. Although he didn't make a sound when he laughed, his expression was too obvious. Lin Qiao grabbed him and flashed out. Two people appeared in the room. As soon as they came out, Xie Dong reflexively looked at Junjun and Tong Tong. When he saw that it was a female zombie who hadn't even reached level 2 and a child, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Junjun had been prepared, when she suddenly saw a man, she was shocked. Startled, she subconsciously hugged Junjun in her arms. It seemed that only by hugging Tong Tong like this would she feel safe. But when she sensed again, she realized. The other party wasn't human, but something like them. But that face. What was going on? She saw Xie Dong's clear black and white eyes, which were no different from those of a human. His face was clean, and there were no dark circles under his eyes. He looked just like a normal person, and she couldn't see any characteristics of a zombie at all. But judging from his aura, he was indeed a zombie. And a zombie of a higher level than her. Lin Qiao raised her hand and gestured to Junjun, then said to Xie Dong, Jun. Jun, then she gestured to Tong Tong. 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 Tong Tong saw a stranger, so she was a little timid and leaned towards Junjun. Hugging her neck, she looked at Xie Dong curiously. Lin Qiao then turned to Xie Dong and said to Junjun, Xie Dong. Xie Dong listened to Lin Qiao's voice, although it was hoarse and hoarse. His pronunciation was still clear, and he could hear everything clearly. But the speed of his speech was too slow, as if he was stuttering. But it was better than not being able to speak. But why could Lin Qiao speak? And what about the scar on his face? What was with this bald head? Well, maybe it was because the previous head had been blown up by a straw, so shaving it would make sense. He turned his head and looked at Junjun and Tong Tong. The female zombie's level wasn't as high as his, so she wasn't dangerous. But she was hugging a human child, which was a little weird. But now he didn't care why Junjun kept hugging the child, what he cared about was the change in Lin Qiao. Woo! Ow! How can you speak? Xie Dong opened his mouth and asked Lin Qiao. Hearing this question, Junjun also looked up at Lin Qiao. Although she vaguely knew that Lin Qiao's recovery had something to do with the lake, she didn't know the process. She was also very curious about how Lin Qiao recovered and could speak. Lin Qiao thought for a moment, then wrote on the writing board, "My condition improved in the lake, and my body recovered with the energy in the lake." Xie Dong looked at her expectantly. His eyes were filled with desire. Lin Qiao knew that he also wanted to speak. But she had never tried to heal other zombies except for herself. Moreover, he had to first discuss with the strange vine before he could let the other zombies go down. Otherwise, the situation with the level 4 wind-type female zombie might happen. She didn't want her energy core to be sucked dry before her voice recovered. Then the loss outweighed the gain. She looked down and wrote on the writing board, "There is a creature in my lake, and you guys want to recover. You have to get its permission, otherwise." Lin Qiao deliberately looked at Junjun. Junjun had been staying in her space. She spent more time than outside, so of course she knew about the existence of the vine. Sure enough, Junjun's expression shrank. She looked at Lin Qiao with a little fear and helplessness. Xie Dong didn't pay attention to what was at the bottom of the lake. After he became a zombie, he lost his mind and jumped into the lake. In fact, he was thrown to the surface by the vine. And it also absorbed his energy. Chapter 174. But there was nothing in Xie Dong's body except the energy of the zombie virus. So, after the virus was sucked out of him, he was immersed in the energy of the lake. He woke up after he got out of the lake. If the vines hadn't sucked out his virus and changed his physique by the energy of the water, Of course, he wouldn't have become what he is now. He would have been a zombie. Except for the vines that would throw a tantrum. No one knew. Lin Qiao didn't know. Xie Dong didn't know either. When Xie Dong woke up, he didn't remember the part where he became a zombie. Junjun opened her mouth to Lin Qiao, but there was no sound. But Lin Qiao had already received what she wanted to say. So she wrote on the writing board, "I have to discuss this with it. But to recover your body or voice, you need energy. The energy core of a human, a zombie, or a mutant animal or plant would also work." And Lin Qiao wasn't sure, except for herself. Could the voices of other zombies be cured? Thinking of this, she wrote, "I need to ask if your voices can be cured." Then she turned around and went back into the space. On the other side, after Lin Qiao left, Lin Feng and the others began to discuss the words she had written. Mrs. Lin said thoughtfully, "When I saw what she wrote on the paper yesterday, I thought her handwriting was familiar. Now that I think about it, it's exactly the same as Qiao's." Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "An ordinary person wouldn't be able to write such a sharp and imposing manner with my sister's handwriting. Even if it's an imitation, the momentum of the words will be different. But I was watching her just now. She wrote very casually. Her handwriting is exactly the same as my sister's." Lin Fang's expression was deep in thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "Her aura and the way she sat just now. Even her habits of sitting are very similar. And I noticed that I was staring at her face and ignored her appearance. Then I realized that her expression is also very familiar. Anyway, from her behavior to her expression, it's very similar. Even the tone of her speech and the way she thinks are very similar. What do you think?" Tianxing. He turned to look at Yuan Tianxing, who had an indifferent expression on his face. Although Yuan Tianxing still had a faint smile on his face, his eyes were flickering as he pondered about something. He had taken note of what Lin Feng and the others had said. As a sweetheart who had been secretly in love with her for many years, of course he knew her every move. Moreover, he had been by Lin Qiao's side all these years. But this Lu Tianyu situation was too strange. He couldn't figure out what was going on. As a zombie, it came all the way to save Lin Feng and the others. If she had any ulterior motives, what ulterior motives could zombies have? Eat meat? Eat hearts? Or eat energy cores? But if that was the case, why did he pretend to be a good person in front of them to save them? Furthermore, he clearly looked like a man yesterday. It was just one night. Not only did he suddenly change his appearance, but he also changed his gender. I don't understand. After Lin Qiao went in, there were only 2 zombies and a child left. Junjun stared at Xie Dong with a tense expression. She could sense an ominous aura emanating from Xie Dong. How should he put it? It was a bit like a bloodthirsty aura, but also like a baleful aura. But it didn't seem like the kind of baleful aura that had killed a lot of people. It was more like, Junjun couldn't say it herself, but the feeling that Xie Dong gave her was very dangerous. It wasn't like the pressure of a superior that Lin Qiao and Qiu Lily gave her, but another feeling of a predator. Xie Dong also knew that Junjun was very nervous about his existence. He had tried his best to restrain his aura. If she was still so afraid, then he couldn't help it. He looked left and right and sniffed the air. Then he walked to the door and sniffed the crack of the closed door. There was the smell of living people outside. There seemed to be more than a dozen people. Xie Dong was a little curious about who these people were. Why were Lin Qiao and the female zombie in front of him with these people? Were those the people Lin Qiao was going to the south to find? Did they know that this house was full of zombies? And where did Lin Qiao pick up this female zombie and this child? After leaving Lin Qiao, He now saw that Lin Xiao was no longer alone like when he first saw him. There was another zombie beside him, and there was also a child. Where did the little princess of the Purple Thunder Leader go? Did Lin Xiao send her back? Could it be that Lin Xiao didn't go to the south and sent the little princess back? Or did the leader catch up? But it couldn't be, those living people outside. If they weren't the people she was looking for, then who were they? Xie Dong had a lot of doubts in his mind. He looked back at Junjun and Tong Tong with a puzzled face. Why was Lin Xiao always so fated with children? After Lin Xiao entered the space, she looked at the changes in the space and felt a little uncomfortable. Although it had become a lot bigger, she had a feeling that she couldn't control this space. She suddenly wondered whether she was the owner of this space or just an outsider who borrowed it. Or was she the real owner of this space? In fact, was it the thing in the water? Thinking of this, she walked to the lake. She looked at the lake for a while, but in fact, she was feeling the vines in the lake. Would it help to repair the other zombies? As if it sensed Lin Xiao's call, a few familiar vines floated out from the bottom of the lake. Then it came out of the water and stirred the water. Lin Xiao looked at the vines in the center of the lake with some surprise, and immediately raised her hand and waved at the center of the lake. But then, she was in a dilemma. She didn't know how to communicate with this vine. She could communicate with people and zombies, but she had never communicated with plants. Although she felt that this strange vine seemed to have a high intelligence, she knew it from the last time it threw the turtle ashore. But what was the origin of this vine? Or could it be that after the end of the world, mutated plants could become spirits? Also, last time she felt that this vine's reaction was like a willful child, it even used the behavior of slapping the water to protest. It was a little funny thinking about it. And when it asked her for the core of the fruit, it also acted like a child, acting like a spoiled child. Seeing Lin Xiao beckoning, the vine really stretched out a long branch and swam toward her. Ha! So obedient. Looking at the branch that actually stretched out toward her, Lin Xiao was surprised to see it approaching. But how could she express to it that she wanted it to repair the other zombies? Although it was repair, she felt that it was more appropriate to say that it was an upgrade. Because every time she repaired, her strength would increase. Could she write? Was she sure that this vine could understand? Could it speak? Well, she didn't know if it could understand. But it seemed that it could use telepathy to communicate. She suddenly remembered that the previous 2 times this vine used its tail to wrap around her hand or leg, it would send a message in her mind that it needed energy. It seemed that it also needed direct contact to communicate. Chapter 175. Lin Xiao tried to stretch out a finger, and sure enough, she saw the vine slowly stretch out from the shore of the lake, and then along the ground all the way to her. She squatted down and handed her finger down. The vine seemed to know what she meant and immediately circled over. Mama Lin Xiao. Ha! Who? Mama, damn it. Who asked her to be Mama? You strange vine, don't call people randomly, okay? Lin Xiao stared at the vine wrapped around her finger in horror, and was frightened by the sudden sound of Mama in her mind. Woo woo woo, you are Mama. You are Mama. As soon as Lin Xiao finished thinking, another wrong thought came to her mind. And it always thought that she was its Mama. Lin Xiao was about to cry. Even if she suddenly transmigrated to 5 years later and became a zombie, she still couldn't give birth to a baby vine. Not give birth, it was planted. Sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, the vine sent another thought to him. It protested its origin. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then thought helplessly. Who is so powerful to be able to plant you in this space? Anyway, I didn't plant you. Woo 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 mama, you are mama. The vine's thought carried a kind of coquettish dissatisfaction. It seemed to be afraid that Lin Xiao wouldn't recognize it, so it began to brush the screen in her mind. Mama, you are my mama, you are my mama, 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 mama. Lin Xiao, who was tortured to the point of wanting to cry, was speechless. Mama, mama, mama. The vine kept sending her the word like a monster, and Lin Xiao soon couldn't resist it anymore. She finally gave up, closed her eyes, and used her other hand to block in the direction of the vine. Okay. Okay. Got it. I am your mama. Stop messing around. Quiet. So, she couldn't do anything to children. Sure enough, this vine's IQ was also at the stage of a child, the kind that liked to be willful. However, Lin Xiao wanted to discuss something else with it, so she decided to put aside the matter of why it thought she was its mother. She would come in and ask it when she was free. Fortunately, the vine was very obedient. When Lin Xiao told it to be quiet, it immediately quietened down. However, it was still poking Lin Xiao's palm with its thin tail, as if it was playing. Looking at this leafless branch, Lin Xiao thought about how to make it repair other zombies. At the same time, he asked for its name. Since it was something with intelligence, it should have a name. Do you have a name? Sensing Lin Xiao's question, the vines paused for 2 seconds before continuing to poke her. Mama can just call me little man man, little man man. Vines. So this guy really did have a name, although it seemed to be a nickname. Of course he has a name. Feeling Lin Xiao's surprise, little man man sent her an unhappy emotion. Lin Xiao could not help but poke the branch with the other finger that was not entangled. He found that it felt a little soft. It didn't feel slippery because he had been in the water for a long time. It was soft, and bouncy. It was different from the way it had wrapped around her in the lake. It was time to get down to business. Lin Xiao poked it and asked in his heart, "Can you help me turn the other zombies into what I am now? Restore my appearance and can talk?" Hearing Lin Xiao's request, little man man quickly replied, Sure, as long as mommy wants me to do it. Little man man can help, but little man man doesn't have enough energy, so mommy needs to find an energy source for little man man. Hearing young man agree to his request so readily, Lin Xiao was delighted. He didn't expect it to be willing to help. She also knew that the energy source little man was talking about was referring to the cores of corpses, humans, animals, and plants. She nodded and replied, Sure, I'll provide the zombie cores or other energy cores. Lin Xiao didn't quite understand what kind of people it was talking about, so he asked, Your kind? Was it the energy core of a plant? Or is it just a vine like you? Little man replied, What is a plant? As soon as it mentioned leveling up, Lin Xiao thought of the energy core from the vine. It was just a vine energy core of unknown grade, but it had actually made this space so big. However, this little man said that it had leveled up. Where was it? Sensing Lin Xiao's doubts, little man shook her branches a little proudly. I've grown up. Little man's energy core is getting bigger now. Lin Xiao looked at it strangely. Alright, it was normal for this guy to have an energy core. But it didn't look like it had leveled up at all. Little man sent another message. When little man grows up, it will change its appearance and it can also move. Lin Xiao looked at it strangely. It could actually move. Thinking that it could move, little man happily shook its branches. It became better. Lin Xiao nodded. Ready to go out, alright, be a good girl and go back to the lake. I still have something to do, wait until I help you level up to the point where you can move. I'll take you out to play. Thinking of this, she stood up. As soon as she moved, the branches that were wrapped around her loosened and slid down. They shrank back a little, paused for a while, and then shrank back into the water. It seemed to be reluctant to leave. Lin Xiao stood up, turned around, and suddenly saw the few big water turtles still lying on the other side of the lawn. Oh right, she still had to deal with her food. She couldn't put them in the water, but she also couldn't let them run around in her space. Then should she get a big iron cage for them? Thinking of the big iron cage, Lin Qiao suddenly thought of Long Qingying. Long Qingying was a metal type, she didn't know if she could get her an iron cage. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao turned around and flashed out of the space. As soon as she got out of the space, she saw the two zombies sitting quietly in their seats. Junjun carried Tong Tong and sat on the head of the bed inside. Xie Dong sat on the single sofa in the room. Near the window, he didn't look at Junjun, but turned his face outside the window. Junjun, on the other hand, kept staring at him. Tong Tong, who was in her arms, had fallen asleep. As soon as Lin Qiao appeared, the two turned to look at her at the same time. Xie Dong's expression was full of expectation, and Junjun had a feeling of relief. Only then did her tight vigilance relax. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at the two's reaction, and saw that Junjun seemed to reject Xie Dong. She turned her head to look at Xie Dong. Xie Dong's body was still the same, full of injuries. His clothes were dirty and torn, and he looked very embarrassed. But the expression on his face and aura were no longer the feeling he had when he first became a zombie. She didn't carefully sense Xie Dong before, but now that she observed. Then, he realized that something was wrong. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong expressionlessly and said, "You eat people." Chapter 176. Although Lin Qiao said these 3 words slowly, the other two already understood the meaning of Lin Qiao's words. She asked Xie Dong how many people he had eaten. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, Junjun subconsciously turned Tong Tong in another direction and used her body to block Xie Dong's direction. Xie Dong heard Lin Qiao's question and a dark light flashed in his eyes. But he didn't reply to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao sniffed him and glanced at him indifferently. "Eat. You don't get addicted." She didn't object to Xie Dong eating people. It was fine if he ate evil people. But he couldn't get addicted. If he got addicted. Xie Dong nodded to her. Lin Qiao continued, "Look. Right. Like, eating people depended on the target. If it was an enemy or evil people like the bandits, he could eat them. But she didn't want Xie Dong to get addicted to eating people and slowly lose his human nature. He would become a cold-blooded and heartless zombie with human memories. Xie Dong roared at her, "Roar. Don't worry, I won't eat people randomly. I understand." He meant to tell Lin Qiao that he wouldn't eat people randomly unless he had no other choice. He could still tell how serious the consequences of eating human flesh were. Lin Qiao nodded and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he glanced at Junjun. She looked at Junjun and said, "You follow me." Xie Dong knew that Lin Qiao wanted him to follow her and not let him get close to the female zombie who was holding the child. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would attack the little boy. But without Lin Qiao's protection, could this female zombie protect the child? Xie Dong looked at Junjun and then at Lin Qiao in confusion. Lin Qiao sensed his thoughts and suddenly pointed to a direction outside the window. Puzzled, Xie Dong turned his head to look in the direction she was pointing at. He saw a white figure standing quietly on the roof of another building in the distance. From afar, he could see a pair of red eyes looking in their direction. Seeing that pair of eyes, Xie Dong subconsciously had goosebumps. It was a feeling of being scared. The white figure wasn't far from them, about 200 meters away. However, he hadn't sensed it at all before. He hadn't even known of its existence. Only now did he suddenly realize that the other party had been watching his movements. Moreover, when he saw this white shadow, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in his heart. Before Xie Dong could figure out the identity of the white shadow suddenly disappeared in a flash. He turned his head to look at Lin Qiao, asking her with his eyes. However, Lin Qiao did not tell him Qiu Lily's identity. Instead, he turned around and walked to the door, indicating that she was going out now. Xie Dong saw that she didn't say anything, so he turned around and looked in the direction where the white shadow disappeared. Then, he followed Lin Qiao to the door. Coincidentally, Lin Qiao opened the door and the two of them walked out. Lin Qiao led Xie Dong to Lin Feng's room. She asked for Long Qingying's location. He walked to the other door and knocked on it. Wei Jingchen, who was standing in front of Yuan Tianqing's room, turned his head to look at Lin Qiao. Another stranger had appeared beside her. Xie Dong looked like a human, so Wei Jingchen thought it was just a human following Lin Qiao. He only glanced at Xie Dong casually before looking away. After hearing someone knock on the door to Long Qingying's room opened. It was Lin Wenwen who opened the door. When she saw Lin Qiao, she asked curiously, Lu Tianyu? It's you. What's the matter? She didn't notice that when she called Lin Qiao Lu Tianyu, Xie Dong, who was behind Lin Qiao, was stunned. Then, he looked at the back of Lin Qiao's bald head as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Qiao was close to him, so she quickly felt his emotional reaction. However, she didn't turn around. Instead, she said to Lin Wenwen as if nothing had happened, "Find." Long, she was using Lu Tianyu's body, so it was normal for Xie Dong to have a reaction when he heard Lu Tianyu's name. After all, these two people were originally from Sea City Base. Although Lu Tianyu might not know Xie Dong, everyone in Sea City Base knew Lu Tianyu's reputation. Moreover, there were many people who knew her. However, her current appearance, with her black eyes and bald head, was too different from the original Lu Tianyu. It was normal for Xie Dong not to recognize her. Now that he suddenly heard someone call her Lu Tianyu, he was definitely surprised, and then there were all kinds of doubts and puzzlement. Lin Wenwen suddenly heard Lin Qiao reply with 2 words, although her voice was a little unpleasant. It was only 2 words, but she could still understand what it meant. However, Lin Wenwen still looked at Lin Qiao in surprise. This was the first time she had heard a zombie speak. So fresh. She looked at Lin Qiao curiously while turning around and shouting, "Qing Qing, Lu Tianyu is looking for you." Then, as she opened the door, she glanced at Xie Dong. She then asked Lin Qiao, "You can actually speak. Don't you zombies have broken throats? And isn't your tongue also stiff? I heard that when zombies eat meat, they use their teeth to bite into the mouth and then directly swallow it. They don't even need to use their tongues." After Lin Wenwen opened the door, Lin Qiao walked in. Xie Dong didn't follow her in. He just stood at the door and watched Lin Qiao go in with a bad expression. A girl's room couldn't be entered randomly. He still knew this basic courtesy. But just now, this girl called Lin Qiao Lu Tianyu, which made Xie Dong enter a state of confusion. Wasn't she called Lin Qiao? How did it become Lu Tianyu? Did she have the same name as the Lu Tianyu in the base? Or, was it the same person? But it was impossible, it didn't look like it at all. It was that woman who wore heavy makeup all day long and cared a lot about her clothes and hair. How could she become like this now? Bald. The style of clothes she wore had also changed greatly, and she had become a zombie. But when he combined Lin Qiao's face with the original Lu Tianyu's face, he suddenly found that it did seem a little similar. The facial features were almost the same, but the difference between the two faces was too big. He couldn't be sure. But if she was Lu Tianyu, why did she tell him her name was Lin Xiao in the beginning? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. This name was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. And if she was Lu Tianyu, how did she become a zombie? Then how did she die before she became a zombie? And would that leader Yang be willing to let her die? Yang Chao had been indulging Lu Tianyu to do whatever she wanted in the base and spoiled her to the point of no return. How could he let her die? But when he thought of the first time he saw Lin Xiao, it was even worse than now. Her face was full of scars from being bitten by zombies, and maybe her body was the same. It was just that he didn't see it because of her clothes. And why did her personality suddenly change after she became a zombie? And she knew so many combat skills of the special forces. Lu Tianyu wasn't a soldier before. Chapter 177. Thinking about it, all kinds of questions were spinning in his head. Xie Dong was already a little stunned. He stood beside the door in a daze. While waiting for Lin Xiao to come out, he was thinking. Lin Wenwen glanced at Xie Dong curiously. After seeing Lin Xiao come in, she closed the door. Lin Xiao just faintly replied to Lin Wenwen's curious question with a mysterious smile. Then Lin Xiao looked at Long Qingying, who was walking over from the window, took out a writing board and wrote a sentence. I want you to help me make a big iron cage. Iron cage. What do you want to do with an iron cage? What do you want to lock in? Seeing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Wenwen's eyes flashed. He stared at her words for 2 seconds. Then he asked. Long Qingying also looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. She asked, Big iron cage. What kind of cage do you want? How big? Lin Xiao casually wrote, rectangular, 2 meters high, 5 meters long, 3 meters wide. The bottom was blank. Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen looked at it and asked curiously, so big? What is it locked in? Lin Wenwen also asked, you don't need to make the bottom, like an iron cage cover? Lin Xiao erased the words and wrote, big turtle. Then the expressions of the two people became even more confused. What kind of turtle would need such a big iron cage? How big was that turtle? And why did zombies catch turtles? And lock them up? Lin Xiao didn't give an answer to the two people's doubts. She just wrote, can you help? Long Qingying nodded at her and replied expressionlessly, no problem, but you're asking for too much. I'll go downstairs and get it for you. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled at the two people. Long Qingying walked to the door without hesitation. She did as she said. Lin Xiao followed behind, and Lin Wenwen also followed her out curiously. As soon as Long Qingying came out, she saw Xie Dong standing by the wall. She glanced at him uninterestedly and walked in the direction of the stairs. After coming out of the hall, Long Qingying walked to the parking lot outside the hotel. Xie Dong followed Lin Xiao down the stairs. Ever since Lin Xiao came out of Lin Wenwen's room, he had been staring at Lin Xiao. The more he looked, the more he looked. Could it really be Lu Tianyu? Sensing Xie Dong's gaze, Lin Xiao turned around and glanced at him. Is there a problem? Xie Dong raised his finger and pointed at her, then opened his mouth. He wanted to use his voice to ask if she was Lu Tianyu's, but he glanced at Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. He gave up again. On the other side, Long Qingying looked at the surrounding buildings and chose a place that had been destroyed the most. He raised a hand and stretched it out. Lin Xiao could see a surge of energy surging out from her head, swirling around her body before gathering in her hands. Long Qingying opened her palm and made a grabbing motion in the air, and all the steel and metal in the half-collapsed building flew towards her. It melted into a lump of black iron on top of the parking lot in front of her. Long Qingying reached out her other hand and grabbed at the iron block with both hands. Then he pulled them apart with both hands. As she moved, the shape of the large iron block seemed to be stretched by an invisible pair of hands. Long Qingying's hands moved in the air like she was drawing, and the iron block changed according to her hand movements, slowly forming a rectangular cage. The top and the four walls of the cage were made of steel pillars as thick as broom rods, each about 15 centimeters apart. Long Qingying turned her head and asked Lin Xiao, "Is such a wide gap okay?" Lin Xiao nodded, indicating that it was okay. Anyway, even if the smallest of those big water turtles turned over, they wouldn't be able to penetrate more than 15 centimeters. Lin Xiao thought that maybe after eating these few turtles, she could go to the lake in the park to catch them again. Seeing her nod, Long Qingying made a huge cage for her. Then, with a clang, she put it on the ground. Lin Xiao walked over, grabbed the steel pillars with her hands, and then broke them with force. She found that they were still very strong, so she turned her head and nodded at Long Qingying. Long Qingying crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood to the side, looking at Lin Xiao curiously. Lin Wenwen looked at it for a while and finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to lock in? It's such a big one." Lin Xiao closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then waved her hand at the empty space. With a thud, a big turtle shell fell out. "Wow, such a big turtle shell. You like to collect turtle shells? What a strange taste." Lin Wenwen looked at the big water turtle curiously. Lin Xiao walked over and turned the turtle over with her feet, letting it lie on the ground. She squatted beside it, and with a shake of her hand, a small mouse suddenly appeared in her hand. She held it by the tail. It had been about 20 days since she woke up in this apocalyptic world. This mouse had also stayed in her space for more than 10 days, and now it wasn't very big. But compared to before, it was indeed a lot bigger. The little mouse was hung upside down by Lin Xiao, and it struggled with all its strength. It bent its body and wanted to climb up along its tail, but with a shake of Lin Xiao's hand, it fell down again. Squeak, 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 Lin Xiao shook the little mouse a few times, and the little mouse fainted. She carried the little mouse to the front of the turtle and hung it by its head. The others looked at her actions curiously, not knowing what she was doing. This was just a turtle shell, and Lin Xiao's actions. It seemed like there was something inside. At this moment, the little mouse shook the turtle shell, and suddenly, a turtle's head popped out. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth and tried to bite the little mouse. Squeak, 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 sensing danger, the little mouse immediately screamed and struggled. When the turtle's head was about to bite the little mouse, Lin Xiao raised her hand, and the turtle's teeth bit empty air. "Hey! It's alive!" Lin Wenwen looked at the big turtle that suddenly stuck out its head, and said in astonishment. When the turtle saw that it couldn't bite any food, its forelegs suddenly stretched out, and quickly supported itself on the ground. It turned around and wanted to immediately run away. Lin Xiao lifted her foot and stepped on its shell. The tortoise could only move its limbs on the spot, but it could not crawl forward even an inch. At this moment, the others knew that she was using a cage to keep the turtle, but for this one to need such a big cage, wasn't it a bit? Seeing the others' eyes, Lin Xiao also knew what they were thinking. But she didn't care, and her feet kicked nimbly. She flipped the turtle over, and let it lie upside down. She used her feet to push the turtle toward the cage. When she reached the cage, Lin Xiao grabbed the cage's pillar with one hand, and then lifted it up with force. He lifted one side of the cage and kicked the tortoise into the cage forcefully. Clang! She put the cage down again. When she kicked the turtle in, it rolled a few times. When it stopped, it was already lying on the ground again. Then it immediately stretched out its legs and began to run. In the end, It ran around in the cage, but it couldn't escape. The pillar of the cage was hit by its hard shell, and although the cage shook a little, it didn't affect it much. Chapter 178. When the others saw the speed at which the tortoise was running in the cage, they all came over with dumbfounded expressions. Fuck! Are you really a tortoise? Why are you running faster than a rabbit? Lin Qiao stood outside and put her hand in between the pillars. Then she waved her hand. Dong dong dong, with a few sounds, the other tortoises were thrown out by her and thrown into the cage just like that. Then, a group of tortoises bumped into each other in the iron cage. Clang 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 duong duong duong. A series of chaotic collisions rang out non-stop in the parking lot. The rooms that the people in the rooms upstairs had chosen were all facing this side. Hearing the commotion downstairs, they all looked down at them from the window. What are they doing down there? What a big cage. What's in it? It's so big, it looks a little like a tortoise. Tortoise. A tortoise that runs so fast. Have you seen it before? Yes, it's really a tortoise. But it should be a mutation. But why did Lu Tianyu catch a few tortoises and lock them up? Who knows? It's weird. Long Qingying, who was downstairs, couldn't help but ask, did you go catch a tortoise last night? You want to eat these tortoises? She knew that Lin Qiao liked to eat mutated animals. Seeing these tortoises, she felt that they might be food that Lin Qiao had caught. Lin Qiao took out her glasses and put them on. She smiled and nodded at her, indicating that she was right. No wonder you don't eat humans. So you eat these? Lin Wenwen suddenly said quietly. Then he said, but these are all mutated tortoises. They should have become like this because of a virus disease. You won't be infected if you eat them because you are a zombie. But if you put this tortoise here, will it run out and bite us? That would depend on whether the cage was strong or not. Lin Qiao looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying said indifferently, as long as they are not released, they won't be able to run out by themselves. Her cage was also very heavy. Looking at the sharp teeth of these big tortoises biting the iron pillar, but only a few white marks were left. Lin Wenwen glanced at Long Qingying and nodded. At this time, Lin Qiao said to the two of them, you can eat. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying looked at each other and then at Lin Qiao. Do you think we can eat this turtle? But this was a mutation. There was a virus. If we eat it, we will become like you. However, Lin Qiao shook his head at the two of them and said slowly, no. I have a method. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying looked at her confusedly, and suddenly asked, do you always give the mutant meat to that kid? Lin Wenwen had thought about this problem before, thinking about how a few zombies could raise a child so well. Lin Luoran and Mrs. Lin were just discussing what the zombies fed the kids. Lin Qiao nodded at her. Lin Wenwen's eyes slightly widened as he said, aren't you afraid of turning the child into a zombie? Lin Qiao shook his hand and said, I won't. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Qiao strangely, thinking that it was a miracle that the kid was still alive. But since zombies could tell who could be eaten and who couldn't, it would be a great help. She asked, how long has the kid been with you? Lin Qiao stretched out her hand and made a 7 sign. Lin Qiao stretched out her hand and made a 7 sign for her. Lin Wenwen, 7. Or 7 days. Lin Qiao, God. Lin Wenwen nodded. Lin Qiao set up the cage and put the turtle in. Lin Qiao turned around and walked into the hotel lobby. The others followed her. Lin Wenwen was like a curious baby, asking questions. The others followed him in. Lin Wenwen was like a curious baby, asking all sorts of questions. The others also walked in. Lin Wenwen was like a curious baby, asking questions. You haven't told us how to cook the turtle. That's right, other zombies eat humans, why do you eat animals? Oh, other zombies eat people. Why do you eat animals? Crack, crack, he spoke slowly, so he could only silently listen to the girl's non-stop chatter. She was used to it, so she could only silently listen to the girl talking. She would ask and guess the answer herself. Long Qingying seemed to be used to it. She followed them upstairs with a calm expression. When Lin Qiao arrived at the 4th floor, she said to Lin Wenwen on the roof, "I want to eat my water." Lin Wenwen interrupted her. Oh, are you saying that if we want to eat the turtle, we have to cook it with your water? Then there won't be any zombie virus. Is it true? Lin Qiao didn't mind being interrupted and nodded at her. Lin Wenwen, oh, I know. Although I don't think what you said is possible, the child is still fine. I'll believe you for now. And you won't harm us, right? Otherwise, why would he save them? Lin Qiao nodded. They went back to the room. Lin Qiao closed the door and looked back at Xie Dong, asking, speak, whatever he wanted to ask, he could ask. Just now, this guy had been staring at him with a bewildered and puzzled expression, sizing him up from top to bottom, left to right for 18 times. Let him ask all he wants when he comes back. Qiu Lily and Junjun in the room looked at them strangely. Qiu Lily walked to Xie Dong's side, looked left and right, and walked around. After confirming that he was really a zombie, she returned to her favorite chair by the window and sat down. Lin Qiao only said one word, but Xie Dong also received the whole message she said. Xie Dong gestured to her to write. Lin Qiao immediately took out a writing board and a pen and handed them to him, then looked at the places to sit in the room. There were 2 single sofas and a small round chair. The round chair was dragged to the window by Qiu Lily to sit, and Junjun and Tong Tong were on the bed. The remaining 2 sofas were just enough for the 2 of them to sit down. She walked to the sofa and chose one to sit down, pointing to the other one to Xie Dong. Xie Dong followed her over, sat down, and wrote, "Are you really Lu Tianyu?" Lin Qiao looked at the writing board he had erected and thought for a moment. She nodded, then shook her head. Xie Dong looked at her blankly. What did this mean? Qiu Lily also looked at her curiously. Junjun was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Tong Tong was lying on the bed beside her, asleep. He was covered with an old quilt. When Xie Dong asked Lin Qiao if she was Lu Tianyu, they also wanted to know what was going on. Qiu Lily and Junjun didn't know that the leader of a base was called Lin Qiao. They might know that the leader of Hades' base was called Hellfire. But they didn't know her real name. So when Lin Qiao told them her name, they didn't care. This time, seeing that Lin Qiao suddenly told the people she found another name, Qiu Lily and Junjun were a little confused. Lin Qiao took the writing board in Xie Dong's hand, wiped it, and wrote, "I am Lin Qiao, but this body belongs to Lu Tianyu. When I woke up, she was already dead. Otherwise, this body wouldn't have become a zombie, because when I woke up, I was already a zombie." There were more words, so she wrote a little smaller. Then she held it up for Xie Dong to see. Chapter 179. After reading the words, Xie Dong looked at her again. What did this mean? Another person was resurrected in Lu Tianyu's body. Transmigration. Soul rebirth. Or what the hell? But from Xie Dong's feelings after interacting with Lin Qiao, she was indeed different from that hateful woman. But this was too unbelievable. If one still retained their memories after becoming a zombie, like him, then it was still in the past. But suddenly there was another person's memory. Did that mean that the two people's memories had merged? Xie Dong wrote on the writing board again, "Are you also in Lu Tianyu's memory?" Lin Qiao nodded. Although Lu Tianyu's memory was still very chaotic, it still existed. Xie Dong looked at her and couldn't understand what was going on with Lin Qiao for a while. He said he didn't believe it, but Lin Qiao had already proved it to him in many ways. To say that he believed it was too unbelievable. Did such a thing really happen in the world? But the apocalypse had come, animals and plants had mutated, more than 70% of the world's humans had become zombies or died, and psychics had appeared. What else couldn't happen? Xie Dong's mind worked quickly, and he quickly accepted the fact. The current Lu Tianyu was not Lu Tianyu, but Lin Qiao. It was just that Lin Qiao had borrowed Lu Tianyu's body and name to appear in another form. He suddenly thought of a question and wrote, "Since you found your family, why didn't you just say your name?" Lin Qiao looked at him and her eyes flashed. She took the writing board and erased his words. She wrote, "Have you heard of Pluto's base?" He held it up for Xie Dong to see, and Xie Dong nodded when he saw the Netherworld King. Of course, he knew that there were 8 survivor bases in China: East China's Sea City, Central China's Huaxia base, Northeast China's Black Dragon base, Mongolia's Mongolian Tribe base, West Sangyan City, Yunnan's Sichuan Fire base, and South China's Hades and Earth Dragon bases. Seeing Xie Dong nod, Lin Qiao wrote, "Do you know the leader of Pluto, Dark Flame?" Xie Dong nodded again. Of course he knew one of the 2 bases in South China. However, Lin Qiao had previously said that she was going to the south to find someone, and now she mentioned Pluto's base. These relatives of hers should have been found in Pluto's base. She moved very quickly, and it only took a week to bring them back. Lin Qiao wrote again, "The Underworld King's base was destroyed not long ago. There is no more Underworld King's base now. Their leader had been forced to self-destruct, and they had escaped." Xie Dong didn't know that the Netherworld King's base had already been cleaned up by the Earth Dragon base. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, he looked at Lin Qiao with a dumbfounded expression. He was stunned for a few seconds. Woo! Is this for real? He didn't know how to respond and blurted out the question. Lin Qiao nodded and wrote, "You might not know their identities." She then told Xie Dong about Lin Feng's group and Yuan Tianqing's identity. She also told Xie Dong that Lin Feng's group was the family of the leader of the Netherworld King's base. Yuan Tianqing was still the vice leader. Finally, she wrote a few big words for him. The original name of Nether Flame is also Lin Qiao. At this time, Qiu Lily and Junjun had already come over. While the 2 of them were writing, the 2 of them finally couldn't help but be curious about Lin Qiao and came over to take a look. When the 3 of them heard Lin Qiao's last sentence, they didn't know how to react. Junjun looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao meant that the leader of Nether Flame was also called Lin Qiao, and she was also called Lin Qiao. Relatives were the same, so they were the same person. Ha! You're Nether Flame. That leader. Junjun exclaimed as she pointed at Lin Qiao in astonishment. Qiu Lily and Xie Dong looked at her with the same expression. Lin Qiao shook her head and wrote again, "Relatives are still relatives, but I don't have any memories of the 5 years after the apocalypse. My memories before I became like this are still from before the apocalypse. I don't know what happened to me to become like this." Xie Dong and the other 2 looked at her in confusion. What did this mean? Amnesia. Lin Qiao continued to write, "I think I have amnesia. I feel like the Lin Qiao in the Underworld King's base is another person. So when I have time, I want to go to the south again." The 3 of them slowly digested what Lin Qiao said about her current situation. Lin Qiao was someone who came from the apocalypse. When she woke up, she found that she had become a zombie and the entire world had changed. But she was still able to adapt and accept this world, as well as this tattered body. This was also because her mental fortitude was strong enough, so she didn't delay and directly went to her hometown in the south to find her relatives. At that time, she probably didn't even know if her relatives were still around. Anyone who suddenly woke up 5 years after the apocalypse would find that the entire world had changed. Knowing that so many people had died, she was still determined to go back to find her relatives. They didn't know what made her so determined. Wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to find them? Wasn't she afraid that her relatives might have become zombies or been fed to zombies in the past 5 years? Although she had found them now, thinking about Lin Qiao's feelings before she found her family. How lost was she? After thinking about many things, the 3 zombies weren't in a good mood. Xie Dong was a little better, although he sympathized with Lin Qiao. But he was a special forces soldier, so even if his emotions changed, he would quickly adjust. The 2 female zombies were different. Women were sentimental creatures after all. It was the same even if they became zombies. Lin Qiao felt their strong emotional fluctuations and suddenly wrote with a smile, "Don't be like this, haven't I already found my family?" Qiu Lily and Junjun looked at her. "What if you don't find them? Are you going to keep looking?" Lin Qiao nodded to the 2. If she didn't continue looking, she didn't know what was the point of living in her current state. Xie Dong held his chin and thought about it. Now Lin Qiao had found her family. But she found out that there was another her, and she was dead. Then in her current situation, could it be that she was forced to self-destruct her energy core not long ago, and then directly ran into the body of Lu Tianyu who had just died? In the end, she lost part of her memory. This possibility made a little more sense. Otherwise, how could she explain that she was called Lin Qiao, and that leader called Hellfire was also called Lin Qiao? However, both of their relatives were the same. No wonder Lin Qiao told those people that her name was Lu Tianyu. Now she was dead, ran into another zombie's body to resurrect, and lost the memory of the past few years after the apocalypse. If she directly told her relatives that she was Lin Qiao, they would probably beat her up. After all, there was the possibility of another person, another zombie pretending to be the deceased relative to get close to them. Under such circumstances, a normal person would not believe it. Qiu Lily, on the other hand, did not think as much as Xie Dong. She only wanted to ask Lin Qiao, how long do we have to stay here? When are you going south? Chapter 180. Lin Qiao wrote on the board, "We should leave here in a few days. I talked with them today. We should find another place to build our base. This place is not suitable." She thought of this problem when she talked with Yuan Tianqing today. She just didn't bring it up right away. She planned to talk about the location of the base with them tomorrow. Xie Dong took the board and wrote, "Have you thought about where to go?" Lin Qiao wrote, "I want to go to a big city that is more prosperous. And it's a zombie city that no one has been to." With her and Qiu Lily's existence, they could go to a more advanced city to build a base. At that time, she and Qiu Lily could drive a large number of zombies out of the city, and let them form a natural zombie isolation zone around the city. It would make it harder for people outside to come in and make trouble. The resources preserved in a big city were, of course, much better than a small county on the border. As long as they solved the problem of zombies, they could live in peace. Moreover, those big cities had their own areas divided by high-level zombies. It just so happened that she needed the energy of the zombie cores to upgrade Little Man. Seeing what Lin Qiao wrote, Xie Dong was the first to understand her intention. Although Qiu Lily didn't quite understand why she wanted to find a zombie city, she didn't care that much. She would go wherever Lin Qiao went. Junjun first thought about the number of zombies in the zombie city. She felt that it would be very dangerous for Lin Qiao's relatives to go there with them. But she quickly thought of the zombies in front of her. One was a level 6 king. One was a powerful mutated zombie whose level she couldn't sense, and the other seemed to be a mutated male zombie. With these few, even if there were more ordinary zombies, she didn't need to be afraid. But which city should she go to first? Was it far away or near? The drive from here to Sea City was only 10 hours a day. It seemed a little close. She had to find a more suitable place further away. In fact, when it came to cities with more people, the south was more densely populated. But the south was too close to the Lin family's enemy, so she could only find a zombie city in Zhe province. Thinking about it, it seemed that Hangzhou was the only place with more people, and it was not far. If she went a little further, she would reach the center of Hangzhou. It wouldn't be too far. Lin Qiao wrote, in the downtown area of Hangzhou. The people from the Sea City base should have been there. But there should still be some restricted areas. I will discuss with them tomorrow. First, he would go to Haiqing base to find people and ask about Zombie City. Qiu Lily pouted unhappily when she heard that they were going to Sea City base. However, she didn't make a sound and just quietly moved 2 steps to the side. Lin Qiao looked at Qiu Lily, then at Xie Dong, and wrote, "But we don't plan on entering Haiqing. We have the zombie virus in our bodies, so we can't pass the inspection at the entrance of the base. Or I can work separately from them." Xie Dong nodded. They just didn't look like zombies on the outside. The virus was still present in his body. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly wrote, "Is it okay for you to follow me like this?" She had asked Xie Dong to follow her because she wanted to use her lake water to suppress his desire to eat humans. He was afraid that he would be controlled by his desires in the future and become a man-eating zombie who couldn't control himself. Then he would be in big trouble in the future. But Lin Qiao didn't know if Xie Dong would always follow her. He might have other ideas. Junjun followed him for the child's safety, and she didn't know where he was going. Now she completely trusted him. And Qiu Lily also wanted him to follow her. After these days of observation, he found that she was also a zombie with strong self-control. At least she wouldn't eat humans. Xie Dong looked at Lin Qiao and shook his head. He expressed that he didn't care. He had already told her that he would follow her, but halfway through, he was defeated by the Ice-type level 5 zombie. Those days when he was separated from Lin Qiao, he was a little lost. He originally wanted to find Lin Qiao later, but he only had 2 legs. How could he follow a 4-wheeled car? And his strength was low, and he didn't have a space to hide from danger like Lin Qiao. So he hid for a few days, and when he sensed high-level zombies and humans, he would choose to avoid them. He didn't know if Lin Qiao would return to Haiqing base, so he didn't foolishly wait in the same place. In the end, in less than 2 days, he found a corpse core, but it also attracted trouble. But fortunately, he suddenly sensed that Lin Qiao wasn't far from him, and he didn't know how this feeling came about. It didn't seem like the feeling he had with zombies. Seeing that he didn't have any objections, Lin Qiao was slightly relieved. She looked at Junjun and found that the dark circles under her eyes seemed to have lightened a little. She wrote, "Junjun, did you notice that your dark circles are getting smaller?" Lin Qiao raised the board to show her. Seeing her words, Junjun looked at Lin Qiao with surprise and confusion, and then looked at Qiu Lily. Because she didn't understand what Lin Qiao meant. Seeing Junjun looking at her, Qiu Lily also looked back curiously at Lin Qiao's words. Then she carefully looked around Junjun's eyes, and found that there seemed to be a lot less dark areas. And it wasn't just her eyes that had changed. Her skin had also changed. Her originally pale face with a little livor mortis spots was still pale. But the faint livor mortis spots were gone. Xie Dong had never seen Junjun before, so he didn't know how Junjun looked before and now. But he saw that Chiu Lily looked a little surprised. Lin Chao thought about her lake water. It was becoming more and more useful. Not only could it heal the living, but it could also purify zombies. She put the board on the table, suddenly stood up and walked to Junjun's side. She pulled open the clothes on Junjun's shoulder and saw that the wound inside had indeed lightened. Junjun's wound was caused by a zombie bite. When Lin Chao saw her for the first time, there was still a blood stain on her shoulder. At that time, Lin Chao secretly observed her wound. Compared to now, it was much deeper. It seemed that Junjun drank a lot of water in the space. And she used the lake water to bathe. But at least she fell into the space with a bucket and used a cloth to clean her body. She wasn't like Lin Chao, who took off her clothes and soaked in the lake. Lin Chao had noticed the changes in Junjun's body 2 days ago, but at that time, she had almost found Lin Feng. She didn't carefully observe Junjun's changes. But there was a great improvement in her aura. After thinking for a while, Lin Chao wrote, "From today on, you should soak in the lake for an hour every day. If you don't dare to go into the lake, you can use the bathtub in this hotel room to soak." After reading Lin Chao's words, Junjun looked at her doubtfully. Lin Chao wrote, "You should be leveling up soon. Your thinking ability and adaptability are much better than when I first met you. Didn't you notice?" Chapter 181. The next day, Lin Chao told Junjun and Chiu Lily to stay in the room while she brought Xie Dong to Yuan Tianqing's room. The door was open and Wei Jingqin didn't stop her. He just let her and Xie Dong in. Everyone in the room was there except for a few soldiers. The Lin family, Long Qingying, Du Yuanqing, and Yuan Tianqing were all in the room. They seemed to be waiting for Lin Chao's arrival. Only Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing were sitting on the sofa, while Mother Lin and Qing Wangxue were sitting on the chairs by the window. Lin Chao walked in and nodded to everyone with a smile. She walked to the empty sofa and sat down. Xie Dong was standing behind the back of her chair like Junjun did last time. His appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Apart from Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen who had observed him from a close distance yesterday, everyone else was watching from the window upstairs. Seeing a human suddenly appear next to Lin Chao, Lin Feng and the others were already used to it. Previously it was the red-eyed female zombie, and yesterday there was another female zombie carrying a human child. Now there was a man with a straight back, chest out, and walking properly. Needless to say, he had the posture of a soldier. Moreover, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing were familiar with the aura he exuded. But this didn't attract their attention. The people active outside the base were either metahumans or soldiers. Metahumans were strong in individual combat, and soldiers had good mental fortitude and reaction speed. There were also some strong people who had slowly developed their own abilities. They met these people outside the base. Seeing these people outside the base was very normal. Therefore, Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to Xie Dong. After Lin Chao sat down, she directly spoke. "Yesterday you said that we need to find a new place to build our base. And it's better to find a zombie city. We discussed it last night and decided to go to the central area of Hangzhou. There will definitely be a lot of zombies there." Yuan Tianqing took out a map of China and spread it on the table. He pointed to the provincial capital of Hangzhou. Lin Chao nodded and took out a pen and a writing board. She wrote, "Maybe we should go find out about the restricted area first, then make a decision." Yuan Tianqing looked at her and asked, "You mean, we should first find out where the restricted area of the provincial capital is. Are we going to charge into that restricted area? Lin Chao nodded and wrote, aren't you guys going to see city to look for someone first? We can get some people to come back and observe the terrain, or we can split up. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng looked at each other. Lin Feng said in surprise, are you trying to say that you'll scout the area first? Shall we go find our people and then listen to your news before making a plan? Lin Chao nodded. Yuan Tianqing thought for a moment and said, that works too. We still don't know if we can find Li Zhang and the others. If they're at the base, we'll find them soon enough. But if they're outside the base, we'll have to spend more time looking for them. In that case, you can take advantage of this time to check out the situation in the city center. After saying that, he looked at Lin Feng, seeking his opinion. Lin Feng didn't have any objections after hearing his words. He nodded to him and said, you guys are zombies, so you can't follow us into the base. It was a good time to investigate the situation in Zombie City. But someone still needs to stay here to guard. As for the personnel allocation, I'll stay here. They had already asked Lin Wenwen to put all the food into her space, but if they wanted to leave, they still had to dismantle the solar equipment and move it away. In order to prevent someone from snatching the solar equipment, they naturally had to leave a strong person behind. Lin Feng felt that he was the most suitable. Yuan Tianqing could take a few people to see city base, so there was no problem at all. And this zombie Lu Tianyu, no one was more suitable than them to go to Zombie City. He thought that Yuan Tianqing and Lin Chao had the same idea as him. Lin Chao wrote, I agree. Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, okay, I'll take Du Yuanqing and the other three to see city in the afternoon. Lin Feng, you and Qingqing stay here to protect Madam and the children. Lin Chao and Lin Feng both nodded. Lin Chao wrote on the writing board, I'll leave tomorrow. After agreeing, Lin Chao left the room where Yuan Tianqing and the others were. Along the way, she didn't care at all about other people glancing at her bald head. She just felt a little cold on the top of her head. After returning to Chiu Lily and the others' room, Lin Chao filled the bathtub in their room with the water from the spatial lake and let Junjun soak in it. However, when Junjun went in to take a bath, Tong Tong didn't have anyone to hold him. And the naughty child didn't let anyone else touch him. He only recognized his mother. She put him on the bed alone, but as soon as Junjun entered the bathroom, he immediately burst into tears. After a while, Lin Chao stuffed Tong Tong into Junjun's arms and pushed the two of them into the bathroom. Go to the bubble. After she was done, Lin Chao went to Xie Dong's room. She filled a bathtub of lake water for him and let him soak in it as well. After Lin Chao's space was upgraded, the energy in the lake water was much richer than before. Therefore, when Lin Chao closed her eyes, she could still see the green lake water in the bathtub. The color wasn't as dark as the lake in her space, but pure green. When she opened her eyes, the water was still transparent. In the afternoon, Lin Chao stood by the window and watched Yuan Tianqing and Du Yuanqing take Lu Junjie, Xing Lu, and Su Liang out. When they passed by her iron cage, the 5 men even ran over to take a look. At night, Lin Chao put Junjun, his mother, and Chiu Lily into the space and let them rest in the space. She stayed in the room outside of the space. Lin Chao turned off the light and lay on the bed. A pair of dark and gloomy eyes stared at the ceiling, glinting eerily in the darkness. She was a zombie, so she didn't need to sleep. But she didn't know what to do at night, so she could only lie on the bed with her eyes closed. Just as she was lying down, Lin Chao suddenly turned her eyes. She looked out of the window. There was no movement outside the window, but she smelled human. It wasn't the smell of everyone in this building, but someone else. Lin Chao immediately turned over and sat up, then stood up and walked out of the window. She looked at the black and white TV outside. Her eyes could see clearly in the day, but at night, she could still see everything clearly in the darkness. It was just that what appeared in front of him was a sea of grayish-white. Lin Qiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and quietly leaned against the window. A pair of black eyes stared ahead. She had just killed one of them yesterday. Were they here to die again? That's right, Lin Qiao smelled the smell. It was the people who chased after Xie Dong yesterday. Chapter 182. A few hundred meters away from Lin Qiao, someone was secretly observing the hotel building where Lin Feng and the others were staying with a pair of binoculars. How is it? Did you find anything? Shoo, don't be noisy. I'm looking at a building with dozens of floors. Only the rooms on that floor have lights on. The power in this city has been cut off for a long time. But the lights are still on. It must be solar energy. Solar energy. Are you sure? Why don't you tell me, how do they generate electricity? If it's solar energy, then no one has been here before. It seems that the people there killed the level 5 zombie leader. Looking at the size of this hotel, there must be an ice house that hasn't been opened, and there may be an automatic solar energy transmission device. Do you think there is a lot of food frozen and preserved? There should be. Then should we go over? Don't rush, let's observe the situation. Okay. Think about it, there was a level 5 zombie leader nearby, and now they can stay here safely. It means that the level 5 zombie has been killed. If there aren't more than 3 level 5 paranormals, then there must be a level 6 paranormal. We can't beat them with our current strength, so it's useless to go. You mean, you take 2 people back to the base and report to our deputy leader. With solar energy here, he will definitely come. Okay. We'll do as you say. Lin Qiao could feel the presence of the people in the darkness, but she couldn't hear the voices hundreds of meters away no matter how sensitive her ears were. And the person's voice was also very low. She could smell and see the faint flash of the binoculars in the darkness. The other party was still, probably not clear about the situation and was observing. Lin Qiao suddenly stood up, and her figure flashed and disappeared from the window. A transparent figure flashed out of the window, and silently jumped in the direction of the other party. A few hundred meters wasn't far, and Lin Qiao only needed to jump a few times to reach the roof of the building where the people were. She walked around the edge of the rooftop and found 2 cars parked in a dark alley. It was the 2 she saw yesterday. At this moment, a few figures quietly jumped out of the building and got into one of the cars. Soon, the car started up and drove out. Lin Qiao looked at the commotion downstairs, then turned his head to feel the aura on the other side. Most of the people were still in the building, but a few had come out to drive out. What was he going to do? It seemed that these people had discovered the solar energy storage device that Lin Feng and the others had discovered and were observing the situation. But at this time, a few people suddenly left. Were they preparing to inform the others? Or could it be that they had already realized that their strength was inferior to Lin Feng and the others, and wanted to go back to find stronger helpers? With this speculation, Lin Qiao immediately jumped down from the roof. He chased after the car in the direction that it had left. Her running speed on the roof was much faster than the cars on the ground. Soon, she reached the roof of a low-rise building in front of her. There happened to be a flyover on this road, and Lin Qiao flashed onto the flyover. When she climbed to the edge of the bridge and saw that the car was about to pass under the bridge, she immediately jumped down and silently landed on the roof of the car. Boss, why do you trust him so much? What if they take the opportunity while we are away to take the solar energy? Are you stupid? There is a level 5 zombie that often appears here. Now that those people can live in that building, do you think the zombie leader that can smell people from far away won't attack them? They must have been killed by those people. And they are much stronger than us. If Elvidoya wants to rush up and take the solar energy by himself, even if he has the heart and the guts, he doesn't have the strength. Oh, that's true. Lin Qiao stood on the roof of the car and listened to the conversation below. She thought that her guess was right. These people wanted to take the solar energy from Lin Feng and the others, but they were worried that they weren't strong enough. Therefore, a few of them left to look for reinforcements. She sneered and appeared in a flash. She took out the black glasses from her pocket and put them on. It's fine if you guys found out, but you still want to take it. Are you afraid that you can't take it and want to go back to find help? Lin Qiao squatted down on the roof and quietly extended her hand to the driver's window. A thick black mist that could be clearly seen in the darkness came out of his hand, and then dispersed into the gap of the car window. The fog dispersed after entering the car, leaving a faint black gas in the dark car. The few people didn't notice it. But soon, the black gas drilled into their ears. The driver was looking left and right at the road in front of the car. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened and then stopped moving. Ha! What is this? Shen Qingming, who was in the passenger seat, noticed a wisp of black gas floating towards his ear. He subconsciously avoided it. But when he turned around, he suddenly saw the stiff face of the driver. He didn't even care about the direction of the car. Seeing that the car was slowly moving to the side, Shen Qingming was shocked. He quickly leaned his upper body and rushed over, reaching out to hold the steering wheel. Fuck! How do you drive? We're going to crash. After holding the steering wheel, he cursed while looking at the road ahead. When he turned around and was about to continue cursing, he suddenly saw the driver's face slowly dissipate. It was like a human skin face was suddenly melted by fire. The face melted, and then the whole head melted. Soon, Shen Qingming saw that only the body below the neck of the driver was left. His head had completely disappeared. Shen Qingming, who suddenly saw this in the middle of the night, was stunned. His expression froze for a few seconds, and then he suddenly reacted. He turned his head to look at the few people in the back seat and found that they were the same as the driver. They had all lost their heads and their bodies were stiff. Shen Qingming only felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he found that the driver's neck was also gone. And the part below the neck was strangely melting. He immediately let go of the steering wheel, turned around, and quickly opened the door to jump out, regardless of whether the car was still driving or not. After falling to the ground, he rolled over and squatted there to look at the car. After Shen Qingming got out, there was no direction to control the car. Soon, it scraped the roadside and hit the cement flower bed next to it. Screech! Shen Qingming panted slightly as he watched the car stop after the collision with a vigilant look on his face. He had no idea what happened. Why did the few people suddenly lose their heads? It was like a horror movie. It was too exciting. Chapter 183. For Shen Qingming, not only was it exciting, but it was also accompanied by a strong sense of danger. Seeing that the car had stopped, Shen Qingming squatted on the spot and looked around vigilantly. Then, he stood up and slowly walked towards the car. Holding a flashlight in one hand, he looked around vigilantly as he leaned towards the car window. Standing by the door of the passenger seat, he shone the flashlight in. Then, he realized. The people in the car had disappeared. All of them had disappeared. Shen Qingming took a few more glances and immediately retreated away from the car. When he got out of the car just now, he didn't see anyone get out of the car. So, the people had disappeared directly in the car. Thinking about the scene of the people's heads melting and dissipating, Shen Qingming felt increasingly cold. Moreover, the reason why he retreated away from the car was because he saw the inside of the car disappearing. Not only were the people gone, but the car and the chair were also gone. He also saw that other than the chair, even the car was slowly disappearing from the inside. And the speed at which it was disappearing was spreading outwards. Just as he retreated step by step, all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. His heart skipped a beat and an ominous feeling rose behind him. However, his sense of crisis came too late. Just as he had a bad feeling and was about to dodge to the side, a hand with 5 sharp claws appeared less than a meter behind him and slashed at his neck. Puff! With a slight sound, Shen Qingming froze and couldn't move. Lin Qiao, who had appeared out of nowhere, took a step forward. She reached out and took off Shen Qingming's head. She cut off the shell and took out the core. Then, she threw the head away. That was it. She threw the energy core into the lake of space and then raised her hand in the direction of the car. A wisp of black gas jumped out of the car. Lin Qiao didn't know if it was because it absorbed the energy of the people in the car or something, but she felt that the black gas was thicker than when she put it in earlier. Lin Qiao glanced at the car. From the outside, she couldn't see anything. But it was already empty. She turned and ran to the building next to her. She ran over and jumped, grabbed the edge of the wall and flipped up. Soon, she climbed to the top of the building. If these people were not targeting Lin Feng and the others, Lin Qiao would not have been so ruthless. However, since they had already discovered this place, Lin Feng and the others would not immediately dismantle the solar device and leave. These people also wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others, so there was no need to show mercy. She would deal with anything that could threaten Lin Feng and the others. He continued to jump down from the rooftop and returned to the building where these people had appeared before. He discovered that the group of people who had stayed behind were still standing guard at the same spot. "Boss, tell him to go back and report to the vice leader." "Do you think he can bring the vice leader here?" "I think so." "Sure. Don't be noisy. I feel like something's not right." "What happened?" "I just found out that the surroundings are very quiet, and there are no zombies. After observing for an entire afternoon, I found that there were no zombies near the hotel. They didn't even have guards." "What? No guards? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by zombies?" "I don't know what's going on. We have to go closer and observe. Tell everyone to pack up and dive another 200 meters toward the hotel." "All right." Lin Qiao stood in the corner behind them, covered by a layer of black gas. In this pitch-black room, no one noticed that a figure had snuck in at some point and was standing in the corner, listening to their conversation. Her observation skills were too poor. She only noticed the difference in the surroundings after observing for an entire afternoon. Even if this was a county, it was still in the center of the city. Although the number of zombies wouldn't be dense, there were no zombies within a radius of 1 mile. She should have noticed something was wrong. When they moved out, Lin Qiao had already switched to stealth mode. She stared at them as they left. Before the last person went out. Suddenly, she quietly appeared and directly covered the mouth of the last person. At the same time, the black gas in her palm rushed into the man's mouth and nose. The man immediately stopped moving. Lin Qiao gently put the body on the ground. She immediately quietly followed. At the corner of the stairs, she dragged the last person back and skillfully used the black gas to kill him. She leaned against the handrail of the stairs and looked down. The people in front were still walking down, as if they didn't notice that 2 people were missing behind them. Just like that, Lin Qiao went to clean up the people in the back without the people in the front noticing. Until one of them suddenly turned around to pay attention to the movement behind him. When he turned around, there was nothing behind him. Old A. Old B. Hey, why are you guys so slow? What's going on? The people in front heard his voice and stopped to look back at him. Old A and Old B are gone. Where did they go? I don't know. After saying a few words, they still didn't see anyone coming down. They didn't even hear the footsteps from above. There was no movement at all. LV Doya said to the person behind him, Old C, go up and take a look. At this time, Lin Qiao jumped out from the window next to the stairs and then landed on the ground from the 6th floor. She walked to the exit of the stairs and waited there. Sure enough, after a while, she saw them coming down in a panic. Suddenly, a few people were missing, but they didn't see any enemies or anything else. So, those teammates disappeared under unknown circumstances. They didn't know if they were dead or alive. There wasn't even a corpse. In the face of an unknown enemy, they couldn't remain calm. But when they came down, they suddenly saw a person standing on the ground at the exit. They shone the flashlight and saw that he was wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. His head was smooth. Who are you? LV Doyao immediately shone the flashlight into Lin Qiao's eyes and asked. Lin Qiao ignored him and looked at the people behind him. They were probably all here. A wisp of black gas slowly emerged from his palm. The people behind LV Doyao all pointed their guns at Lin Qiao. Only LV Doyao didn't. His perception was still very sharp. When he saw Lin Qiao, he felt the murderous intent from her. After thinking for a while, he quickly thought of the people at the hotel opposite them. He thought that the other party had discovered them and was now starting to fight back. Was that you just now? Lin Qiao didn't answer. You. Did you capture our people? A man behind LV Doyao asked Lin Qiao. A faint black mist spread out in the night, surrounding the 5 or 6 of them. But the other party didn't notice the existence of the black fog. Unbeknownst to them, the black fog slowly approached their heads. Then, it entered through their noses and ears. Very quickly, these people were all frozen in place, motionless like human-shaped statues. Only LV Doyao suddenly retreated when the black fog approached. His figure flashed and he dodged to the side. Chapter 184. Lin Qiao's figure also flashed and disappeared. LV Doyao dodged to the side and found a cover to squat down. He looked around vigilantly for Lin Qiao's figure. But in the blink of an eye, he lost the target of the mysterious bald man. He knew that they were in big trouble this time. The other party didn't even intend to communicate with them and attacked as soon as they arrived. LV Doyao glanced at his teammates, who were frozen in various movements, and had a very bad premonition in his heart. He didn't see Lin Qiao's face clearly. It was dark all around. He only saw a conspicuous bald head and a pair of pitch-black glasses. He couldn't see anything else. From the appearance, it was a man who wasn't very tall. LV Doyao didn't know that Lin Qiao was already standing behind him. The transparent hand reached half a meter away from the back of his head, and the figure flashed. The figure flashed and turned from transparent to solid. At the same time, when she appeared, the claw that she had extended to the back of LV Doyao's head stabbed forward. LV Doyao felt a chill on his back. Then the back of his head was pierced. He stared blankly ahead with his eyes wide open. Lin Qiao withdrew her hand. There was an energy core between her fingers. It was glowing faintly. After Lin Qiao withdrew her hand, LV Doyao's body went limp and he fell to the ground. Lin Qiao looked up at the people who were slowly disappearing. She raised her hand and waved. A few strands of black gas floated back and twined around her hand. She pointed at LV Doyao on the ground. The black gas followed her hand and floated to LV Doyao's body. Soon, LV Doyao, who was on the ground, disappeared completely. No one knew that their team was in danger. Except for the man who had stepped on Xie Dong's chest at the beginning, there was also a corpse. The others had already been cleanly dissolved, and had disappeared from this world. Originally, when Xie Dong didn't allow them to be killed, he had planned to let them go. He didn't expect that just one day later, they would come to him looking for death. Sometimes, people were really unlucky. Their lives were too cheap. After Lin Qiao recalled the black gas, she threw the energy core in her hand into the lake in the space. Then she slowly walked back to the hotel. When he returned to the hotel, he saw a man squatting beside the big iron cage. He was holding a few big mice and playing with the tortoises inside. Lin Qiao walked to the front of the cage and looked at the turtle inside. He opened his mouth and said, "Killed the people yesterday." Xie Dong threw the mouse into the cage and stood up. He turned around and nodded at her, indicating that he understood what she meant. When Lin Qiao left the room, he sensed it. But he didn't follow them out. He just came to the parking lot and waited. He sensed Lin Qiao's movements. This was the second time. His enemy always came to Lin Qiao's muzzle. It was only natural for him to be killed by her. Lin Qiao continued to walk in the direction of the hotel room and climbed up to the window outside the building. After becoming a zombie, she liked to climb walls. He did not know why. Xie Dong looked strangely at Lin Qiao, who had slipped in through the window, and silently walked into the hall. After Yuan Tianqing left with Du Yuanqing and Lu Junjie, the only guards left were Wei Jingchen and Xiao Wenxing. The two of them could only guard at the door of Lin Feng's room. The next day, Lin Qiao set off with Xie Dong early in the morning. She left Xiao Lily and Junjun in the hotel. On one hand, she wanted Junjun and Tong Tong to get closer to Mrs. Lin and Lin Xiaolu. On the other hand, she wanted Xiao Lily to stay here. If anything happened, she would be a great help. Although Xiao Lily might not be willing to help, she would do it for Lin Qiao's sake. She would at least protect the people in the hotel. When Lin Qiao set off for downtown Hangzhou, a team of cars came out from Haiqing Base. In the middle of the off-road vehicle sat Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong, Meng Yu and little Wu Yueling. The driver was Xiao Liqing and Meng Yu sat in the front passenger seat. In the back seat, little Yueling sat between Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong teased little Yueling and said, "Do you think we will encounter a level 6 zombie king when we go to downtown Hangzhou? That is a zombie city with at least 1 million zombies. There must be a lot of level 5 zombie leaders. I just don't know if there are any kings." Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Why doesn't your information work? Didn't you hear Zhou Shihui say that there is a king there?" Xiao Yunlong looked at him in surprise. "Hey. There really is one. Why didn't I know? Did he tell you?" Wu Qingyue just looked at him with an ambiguous smile and did not speak. Xiao Yunlong looked at his eyes and suddenly his eyes flashed. He asked, "The purpose of your trip this time, is it?" At this time, Meng Yu turned around and said, "Don't you know? This time he is specifically looking for the zombie king. This is the information he dug out from Leader Zhou with great difficulty." Xiao Yunlong looked at Meng Yu and then at Wu Qingyue. He suddenly pointed to little Yueling with dissatisfaction and said, "Since you are going to find the king, why do you bring Lingling? It's too dangerous. What if something happens?" He originally thought it was just to go out to collect supplies. It was the safest for little Yueling to stay with Wu Qingyue. But now that he wanted to kill the zombie king, the degree of danger had risen by several levels. The fighting strength of the zombie king was legendary. Xiao Yunlong had never seen it before. But the few times a king appeared, most of the people who went would die inside. It was already lucky to be able to escape, let alone kill a King Realm cultivator. Unless there was a level 7 ability user like Wu Qingyue, or he could kill the zombie king. But the battle would not be easy. At this time, Mengyu revealed, I heard that this king is Thunder Attribute. She looked at Wu Qingyue. Thunder Attribute. When Xiao Yunlong heard this news, his eyes immediately turned to Wu Qingyue. He immediately understood why he was in such a hurry to bring them out of the base. But, isn't that more dangerous? No, we should send little Yueling back. Don't play such a joke with my goddaughter's life. Xiao Yunlong was about to turn his head and ask Xiao Liqing to stop when Wu Qingyue quickly pulled him back. Wait a minute. Listen to me first, what's the hurry? I'm going to look for that king on my own, so I'll leave Lingling to the two of you. With you here, what can go wrong? Right. Wu Qingyue pulled him back with one hand and said. Xiao Yunlong was stunned for a moment, staring at him in disbelief. What? You want to go alone? That's too dangerous. Wu Qingyue looked at him with a smile and did not speak. Mengyu said coldly, what else? You're going to. What are you going to do? Drag us down. Xiao Yunlong. Chapter 185. Xiao Yunlong looked at Wu Qingyue with a dumbfounded expression. Hey. If you don't want us to help, then why did you bring so many people out? Wu Yueling looked up at him with her big eyes, and then climbed onto Wu Qingyue's leg. It is said that a daughter is a man's lover in his previous life, and Wu Yueling was also very attached to Wu Qingyue. Everyone felt that this sentence was not wrong. Wu Qingyue held his daughter and said with a faint smile, Are you stupid? I said we are going to find the zombie king, I did not say we are not going to collect supplies. No one has been to that place before because the zombies are too dense. Now for the sake of the king, we have destroyed it. Can't the supplies in its territory belong to us? If we can't find the zombie king, then our main job is to collect supplies. Mengyu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yunlong and said, I don't know how your brain grows, but forget it, I think you are malnourished to the limbs of your body, but your brain is malnourished. As she spoke, she turned back to look at the road in front of the car. Xiao Yunlong, who was said to be malnourished, you, I don't mind if you say I am stupid. What malnourished brain, do you have to beat around the bush, can you say it simply? Mengyu rolled her eyes at the front, and Wu Qingyue smiled deepened a little. Only Wu Yueling, with a pair of bright black eyes, stared at them from left to right. Xiao Yunlong tapped her little nose and said, Tell me, can you understand your aunt Yu's words? She said that my brain is malnourished, that means I am stupid. Stupid, do you understand? Lingling, do you know what is stupid? At this time, Wu Qingyue stroked his daughter's hair, bowed his head and said to his daughter with a smile, Don't talk to him, you will be infected by him. As soon as she heard that becoming stupid was contagious, Wu Yueling immediately retracted her hands and feet and distanced herself from Xiao Yunlong. As soon as he saw Wu Yueling's disgusted look, Xiao Yunlong couldn't bear it. He said, Hey. How can I be infected? How am I stupid? In fact, I know what your father said. How could I not know? As he spoke, he teased Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling ignored him and turned her face to the side. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly saw that there seemed to be something like grass in her pocket and reached out. Hey, Lingling. What's this? As he spoke, he grabbed a strand of grass from Wu Yueling's pocket when she wasn't paying attention. Only then did he realize that it was a grass dragonfly. Moreover, the grass had already dried and turned into a dull brown color. The grass dragonflies were woven in a very unique way. Wu Yueling felt something in her pocket being pulled out and immediately turned around to look. She saw Xiao Yunlong take out her grass dragonfly, but held it in his hand and looked at it. She pounced over and tried to snatch the grass dragonfly back. She didn't care if her stupidity was contagious. She just wanted to get her things back. But Xiao Yunlong was also an adult, he did not intend to return it to her, how could she snatch it away? With a lift of his hand, the grass dragonfly flew up and landed on his other hand. Hey, Lingling, tell your godfather. Where did you get this? We don't seem to have woven this for you. Xiao Yunlong held the grass dragonfly and moved it left and right, not letting Wu Yueling touch it. Wu Qingyue also curiously looked at the dragonfly in Xiao Yunlong's hand. He did not notice that his daughter had this thing before. Mengyu also looked back and saw that the grass dragonfly in Xiao Yunlong's hand was quite cute, but the color was dry. Hey, this hand weaving is very exquisite, she said as she reached out to take it from Xiao Yunlong's hand and placed it in her palm. Wu Yueling thrashed about on Xiao Yunlong's body, but did not manage to grab her little baby. Now that she saw the grass dragonfly in Meng Yu's hand, she suddenly realized that her little baby would not return to her hand so soon. Her little face pulled back and her mouth pouted. Then she angrily sat back between the two people. Hey! Lingling, are you angry? Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise. He found that in these few seconds, his daughter's expression suddenly became a little vivid. Xiao Yunlong also observed Wu Yueling's expression, his eyes shining as he said, I think it's true. Didn't you find that after this child came back, a lot of her psychological activities are now shown on her face? This is a good phenomenon. In fact, they had long discovered that after Wu Yueling came back, she was no longer so afraid of people, at least she was already familiar with Xiao Yunlong. She would not hide at the first sight like before. She was not so resistant to Xiao Liqing who was driving in the front. At this time, a small grass seedling drilled out of Meng Yu's hand, the emerald green leaves emitting a faint light. One of the leaves of the grass was placed on the grass dragonfly. Meng Yu smiled at Wu Yueling and said, Lingling, look. As she spoke, a faint light green color slowly spread from her small grass leaf to the withered grass dragonfly, as if it had been dyed. Soon, the grass dragonfly turned green. It looked like it had regained its vitality. It looked like it was woven from freshly picked grass leaves. Wu Yueling was also stunned to see her grass dragonfly suddenly turn green. Then she stared fixedly at the grass dragonfly in Meng Yu's hand, even forgetting to be angry. Meng Yu handed the grass dragonfly to her and saw how nervous she was just now. Seeing her nervous appearance just now, she knew that she treasured this little toy. Can I tell Dad? Who made you such a beautiful grass dragonfly? Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling carefully taking the grass dragonfly and asked her with a smile. After Wu Yueling took the grass dragonfly, she just glanced at him and did not speak. Then, ignoring the others, she put the grass dragonfly back into her pocket. Holding it with one hand, she crawled away from Xiao Yunlong to the other side of Wu Qingyue. After crawling over, it was not enough, she pushed Wu Qingyue up with her hand. Wu Qingyue who was pushed in the middle, Xiao Yunlong who was not allowed to get close. Meng Yu looked at them with a smile and said, Our Lingling has grown up now, don't think about bullying her. When she bears a grudge, you're dead. Wu Qingyue just smiled, stroked Wu Yueling's head lovingly, and hugged her to his side. It was Xiao Yunlong who looked at her strangely and said, Where did this little girl get the grass dragonfly? Looking at its color, it seems that she has been weaving it for many days. Meng Yu shook her head and said, Anyway, it's not me, I don't know how to weave such little insects. And the grass dragonfly has no other hands and feet, it's very clean. Xiao Yunlong immediately looked at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue said with a smile, What are you looking at me for? Have you seen me weave this kind of little thing? Then who gave it to her? Xiao Yunlong asked puzzledly. The child had basically been with them these days since she came back. She had not been in contact with other people. Where did this thing come from? Xiao Yunlong was puzzled, but Wu Qingyue thought of a possibility. Looking at the quality of the grass dragonfly, it should have been obtained before Lingling returned to him. She hid it so well that he did not find out that she had secretly hidden this thing. Chapter 186. On the other side, Lin Qiao and Xie Dong were driving to the city. It was not far, only a few hours. The car was still Xie Dong's original car, and the driver was Xie Dong again. He was driving his own car. It had only been 10 days, but he already felt nostalgic. 3 hours later, they entered the city. The number of zombies had increased by several times, and there were zombies everywhere. The more they drove to the city center, the more zombies there were. All kinds of streets and alleys, and all kinds of buildings, there were zombies everywhere. The ordinary zombies on the road, after sensing Lin Qiao, they began to retreat from a distance of tens of meters, as if they were afraid of not being able to escape. They were all squeezing their way to the side alleys or roads. Xie Dong drove the car smoothly, and Lin Qiao sat in the front passenger seat. She stretched out her hand to look at the situation outside. When the car passed by a bookstore, she reached out her hand to let Xie Dong pull the car over. Xie Dong turned the car to the bookstore, and stopped in front of the store. Lin Qiao and he got out of the car at the same time, and looked at the broken door of the bookstore. The two of them lifted their feet and walked in. Roar dash, but as soon as they entered the door, they suddenly heard a zombie's roar. There was a strong sense of fierceness in the sound, and the intention to expel them. Lin Qiao and Xie Dong knew that they had entered the small territory of a high-level zombie. Although this zombie's level was only around level 3, it was not very high. They looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw a zombie lying on the railing of the second floor, staring at them with its teeth bared. Lin Qiao ignored it, and calmly walked in, looking for it in the map area. Of course, she didn't plan to let this level 3 zombie go. A level 3 zombie core didn't have much energy, but no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Xie Dong didn't move, and just glanced at Lin Qiao. As soon as Lin Qiao walked in, the zombie immediately roared again. Like a beast, it fiercely stared at Lin Qiao. Roar dash, the reason why this level 3 zombie dared to roar at Lin Qiao so openly was because she hid her breath before entering the door, because she had already sensed that there was a level 3 zombie here. Hearing the roar of the level 3 zombie, Lin Qiao continued walking forward. At this time, the zombie finally couldn't stand it anymore. It climbed up the railing and jumped down. It stepped on the top of the bookshelf and rushed towards Lin Qiao. It didn't think about why Lin Qiao didn't react to it at all. It just wanted to eliminate this fellow that dared to invade its territory as soon as possible. However, the zombie wasn't able to reach Lin Qiao's side. When it was a meter away, Lin Qiao didn't even look at it. He suddenly raised his hand and swung his claw at the menacing zombie. Plop, plop plop, with 2 sounds, the zombie split into 2 and fell to the ground beside her with a splash of black blood. Xie Dong looked at the dismembered zombie, turned around and leaned against the door. He crossed his arms and looked outside. It was almost noon and the sun was shining brightly outside. The temperature was actually very hot, but he couldn't feel it. Lin Qiao was the only one who felt it, so she wore a hat to block the sun. Otherwise, the sun would directly burn her bald head until it started to smoke. Lin Qiao looked for the location on the map. The bookstore wasn't big. There were some signs hanging on the wall, so she quickly found the map area. This place might have been swept by someone. When Lin Qiao arrived at the map area, She looked around and found that most of the maps were gone. But fortunately, there were still one or two left for her. Lin Qiao reached out and picked one up. She first shook off the dust on it, then patted it and shook it. Only then did she clean the thick layer of dust. She flipped through it. It was a tourist atlas. Although it wasn't very useful, it could still be used as a tourist map. She looked at another one. It was a driver's map. She took these two maps. They were at least maps of the province. Lin Qiao then turned around to look at other books and materials. In the end, she just casually flipped through them and packed them all into her space. She put the books and the bookshelf into her space. 20 minutes later, she had emptied the entire bookstore. Lin Qiao and Xie Dong walked out of the bookstore after digging out the zombie's core from its skull. Lin Qiao put the car away and stood on the side of the road with Xie Dong. She looked in a direction and walked forward. Now that they were in the city, there were a lot of zombies. There was no need to drive. It was a waste of gas and they couldn't walk fast. Moreover, Lin Qiao still needed to restrain her breath and look for higher-level zombies to kill. Lin Qiao walked more than 10 meters and arrived at the side of a building. Looking at the height, it was about 10 floors. She jumped onto the roof of an abandoned old bus in front of the building. Then she immediately turned around and jumped onto the building wall. In the blink of an eye, she was next to a window on the 6th floor. She used her claws to grab the windowsill and jumped onto the balcony. Then she jumped from the balcony again. Xie Dong looked at her nimble figure and quickly reached the top of the building. He also jumped from the roof of the bus to the balcony on the 2nd floor. But his hands and feet weren't as light and fast as Lin Qiao. So the speed of climbing up was a lot slower. Lin Qiao arrived at the top of the building and stood on the roof to smell the surrounding. In addition to a large amount of corpse stench, there was also the strange stench of zombies and all kinds of other smells. Lin Qiao didn't wait for Xie Dong to come up and jump to the next building. If she was just looking for higher-level zombies, she didn't need to smell like a dog. She only needed to use her consciousness to know if there were any higher-level zombies within 2 or 3 miles of the square garden. She smelled the smell of people and wanted to see if there were any living humans here or had been here before. This was the outer area of the city and they just came in from the suburbs. So even though there were a lot of zombies around, it wasn't scary enough. Also, there was the smell of people. Lin Qiao sniffed. There was a very faint human scent left behind, and it was active in several places in this area. But now the people weren't here. It should be the smell that was left yesterday or the day before. Now it had moved to another place. The direction Lin Qiao was heading in was a location 2 miles away. There was the smell of a level 4 zombie there. When Xie Dong came up, he saw that Lin Qiao was already 2 or 3 buildings away from him. He hurriedly followed after her. Although he didn't know why Lin Qiao was going there, he didn't care. He just needed to follow behind her. His current level was lower than Lin Qiao. His strength couldn't catch up to Lin Qiao, and his senses couldn't catch up to Lin Qiao. So he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. But fortunately, he met Lin Qiao before he became a zombie. If he didn't meet her, he might not be like this now. Perhaps he had completely turned into a mindless zombie. Then he would start to eat human flesh and brains like a vicious beast. Imagining himself becoming like that, Xie Dong felt that it would be better to just die. Chapter 187. 2 kilometers was not far for Lin Qiao. The area she was in was an industrial community. There were a lot of industrial areas and roads, and there were a lot of large and small factories. But the distance was not far. It was convenient for Lin Qiao and Xie Dong to jump forward. After a few minutes, Lin Qiao arrived at a building in a factory. This factory was very big. It was an electronics factory. Just looking at the factory, there were 5 or 6 buildings, and they were all large factories with more than 10 floors. On the other side was the living area. There were more than 27-story dormitory buildings. The factory area was divided into areas A to D, and the dormitory buildings were also divided into several areas. Lin Qiao stood on the edge of a factory building and looked down. There were a lot of zombies wandering in the open space below. She looked at the zombies below with some confusion. There was a level 4 zombie here, but normally there would not be low-level ordinary zombies in a place with a level 4 zombie. Then what was going on here? That level 4 zombie actually let these ordinary zombies stay here, and didn't drive them out. When Lin Qiao was observing the situation below, Xie Dong slowly climbed up from the other side of the building. After coming up, he saw Lin Qiao standing on the edge of the roof and looking down, not knowing what she was looking for. He walked over to her side, about a meter away, and also looked down. With one look, he understood what Lin Qiao was looking for. There were a lot of zombies below, and there were a lot of them. Xie Dong looked up at those buildings, and found that the zombies were on the ground outside the building. There seemed to be no zombie activity in the building. No wonder there were so many zombies below, they were all crowded together. Looking at the number of them, there was no empty space at a glance. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them crowding downstairs, filling up the empty space downstairs. This was only a part of this place. The other places added up would only have more. This factory probably had no less than 30,000 people before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Xie Dong knocked on the bar, and Lin Qiao turned to look at him. She saw him pointing at the middle of the other buildings, and then pointing at the zombies below. Then, he made 2 hand signs. He said that there were no zombies in the middle of the building. They were probably in the open space below. Lin Qiao nodded. She had already noticed this situation. She was just curious as to why the level 4 zombie would leave these ordinary zombies here, and there were so many of them. Level 4 zombies had no way of controlling ordinary zombies, unless it was like the spiritual type zombie she encountered when she met Du Yuanqing and the others in the south. Only then could it control some of the ordinary zombies. However, he couldn't control the number of monsters in front of him. Lin Qiao raised his head and looked in one direction. There was a dormitory a few buildings away. She pointed in that direction, then raised her hand and made a few hand signs. This meant that there was an enemy target over there, and it was a commander level 1. Xie Dong was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look in the direction she was pointing and tried to sense it again. He didn't find any targets. Thinking about it, Zhang Xian concluded that it was probably because the other party had concealed his presence too well that he was unable to detect it at all. He turned to look at Lin Qiao and pointed in that direction. Using sign language, he asked her if that was her goal for coming here. Lin Qiao nodded to him, then looked at the zombies below. She looked up and signaled to Xie Dong. He told him that he was going to look for the level 4 zombie first and let him move freely. After signaling, Lin Qiao climbed the railing and jumped to the opposite building. The opposite building was also a factory building of the same height, but the distance was a bit far, about 7 or 8 meters. But Lin Qiao still easily jumped over, and directly reached the top of the opposite building. When it came to Xie Dong, he looked at the opposite distance. If he wanted to jump, he could only jump to the window of the opposite building. After Lin Qiao jumped over, she rolled on the ground on the roof, and her figure directly disappeared into thin air. Then a transparent figure continued to run forward. Her figure was like a transparent human, jumping from one building to another. Soon, she arrived at the roof of the dormitory building that she had pointed out to Xie Dong. The dormitory building was also 7 floors, just an ordinary worker's dormitory. Lin Chao reached the top of the building, and then directly in front of the building, she leaned on the side of the railing and looked down the corridor. There were no zombies. However, a strong smell of blood assaulted her nostrils. She had smelled it when she was with Xie Dong just now. Such a strong smell of blood, how could she not smell it? Looking down, there was nothing. She directly flipped back, grabbed the side of the railing, and hung down, using the force of the flip to jump into the corridor. Gently landing on the floor of the corridor, she pressed on the hat that was loose because of the action of flipping from the top. She turned around to look at the environment next to her. It was all so dirty, and there were all kinds of black blood stains on the ground and walls. The dust on the ground was very thick. When she flipped down, although her whole body was naked, there were still obvious footprints on the ground. Lin Chao entered the corridor, walked to the stairs, and then went down 1 floor. From the 7th floor to the 6th floor, when she turned in the middle of the stairs, she saw the large amount of blood that was dragged up from the 5th floor. Looking at the traces of blood, it was obvious that it was directly dragged up from downstairs. Lin Chao walked down, and followed the direction of the blood. She avoided the blood stains and quietly walked over. The smell of blood on this floor was very strong. And the smell of these people was the same group of people that Lin Chao had smelled on the roof of the bookstore. It seemed that they were caught and eaten. No wonder those people only smelled the direction they came from, but not the direction they left. And at that time, she smelled the smell of these people and the direction of the level 4 zombies. In front of her in the corridor, there was a large amount of bright red blood on the floor. The bright color was very dazzling. Now that Lin Chao could see colors normally, she felt that the blood-red color was a bit too much for her. Before, when everything was black and gray, she didn't feel much. But now she saw the familiar blood-red color, and the smell of blood. Combined together, it didn't feel so normal. Fortunately, Lin Chao had long been used to this kind of bloody scene, but thinking about the scene she was about to see, her face still sank slightly. The more she followed the blood stains to the innermost room, the stronger the smell. And in addition to the smell of fresh blood, there was also the smell of decay accumulated over a long period of time. Lin Chao, whose nose was very sensitive, felt uncomfortable and used her hand to cover her nose. In fact, on the floor of the corridor, there were already several traces of blood. Looking at the color, the dark brown below was crossed by the bright red on the surface, and the thick blood left different shades of color on the floor. Lin Chao walked in, and found that there was no clean place for her to step on. She had no choice but to avoid the fresh bloodstains and walk on the dried bloodstains. Kacha kacha, a chewing sound came from the room, and the door was not closed, but open. Lin Chao heard the sound and knew what the scene inside was. She forcefully closed her eyes, and then walked over. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.